we've had quite a long break because, hey, there may have been some power issues, but that's LAN. I'm here with Spectrion, and it's your first CS cast.
It is, yeah. First CS cast at EPIC LAN at least. Excited to get things underway. Of course, I have been made to wait a little bit, and so I'm kind of itching to get into the game, to be honest. Of course, going to be Soulsland taking on Shaman Esports. Should be an interesting one, let's call it that.
Yeah, it's most likely going to be sort of a battle where we can see which one of these two teams are going to get to the bottom end of the upper bracket. Most likely, I think it is still going to be Shaman because they have shown a bit of better form and they also did not get 13-0'd by some neighbors.
You can't really argue with that, can you? At the end of the day, like, if you get 13-0'd, you're cooked, unfortunately. So it does suck a little bit for them. Of course, a couple of new players from last LAN where they did have a much stronger placement, but I mean, they still have that same core. They still can go deep, but will they? Only time will tell. Of course, Mirage is going to be where we're playing. That's going to be fun. Not too much strategy, just some headshots. Yeah,
and I think that might favor Soulsland a bit because they are a very individual-heavy team. We haven't seen much depth, really, not as much depth that we saw with the previous lineup. They just haven't been able to sort of get around to that. Does also show a bit in the UKIC record, which we'll get into later. But yeah, we probably are going to have the game up ready. So Mirage, Shaman, it's not their best, not their worst.
Yeah, they're going to be starting on the left side of our screen, that CT side, and knife round, of course, to start things off. I always wondered, like, when you're actually casting a knife round, do we even cast a knife round? Do we survive?
You can try hard the knife round.
It seems like a lot of effort.
Yeah, it is.
It's been a long day too.
Yeah. Well, we're just gonna do it slowly now. Oh, yeah. Next knife round, I'll try hard. As 2 versus 3. Well, 1v2 or up. Doesn't get the 1v2 done.
Nah.
Already a clutch not going their way. How will Shaman deal with this? No,
the mental is boomed already. They've lost
it's boomed already. So, as expected, of course, the switch towards the CT side. Even though you haven't casted much CS, you probably do know that the CT side is a bit on the upper end.
Especially on a map like this.
Yeah.
It's just comfortable. It's easy. You know, unless you're like really strange, you've spent all your time cooking into your T side, you can just play CT, shoot them in the head. It's going to be pretty confident. Julie's on XRT Simple, Kit on Harbour Boy. Pretty standard by all things around on Soulsland. Shaman looks about the same as Smoke, all heading towards the A site. Looks like they're just going to exec and go.
Yeah, and at the edge, yes, first smokes are going to come over. There is the triple stack here. Rotates decently far away as the dualies are going to try to force the issue. Jarrett with one tag onto XRT Simple. We still have Deggle tucked in here.
Yeah, no one's checked him at this ninja box. He has a free shot onto Urup. Still behind them, Jared puts him down. Only 2 on 2 now. These dualies just can't find a head. Godku now has a 1 on 2, and this block long range, it's just not the weapon for the job. Soulsland, they get there first.
Yeah, and it started to look a bit wobbly there, but I mean, that position from Degil, even though he only gets 1 kill, you suddenly have older players that need to turn around by so much time for the rotate.
I mean,
easy pickings.
Attention is just such a huge resource in Counter-Strike that even if you, as you mentioned, only go 1 for 1, then it totally messes up all of Shaman's positioning, their spacing, and as they try to pivot, then it just opens them up to the rest of Soulsland. So buy in, a Deagle, 2 Deagles in fact, going to be the only tools here for Shaman, and just battling down mid. I don't think they have a rat's chance in hell of finding anything here.
Yeah, this is, well, going to be a bit of farming. I mean, for your fantasy teams, these are the rounds to watch for because you want your player, of course, to push that issue, to push with the SMG. If you see your team, like one of your players in the fantasy team, have an M4 and an anti-eco, you're going to be crying.
Yeah, of course.
But 2-0, regular, standard procedure, as we usually have it here on Mirage. No bomb plant either. Also, with those positions which you were talking about, it's a very nice difference that you can see between like the absolute top teams. What's really interesting, sometimes you see FaZe entering. When someone has that off position, you only see one player turning around. It's mental how they organize that.
I mean, when you play the game that much, when you spend literally all your time cracking it, then every team's going to come up with something that's a little bit crazy. And especially when you're absolute top, then you're going to be landing shots like that. Godku, decapitating Danger to start things off. Shaman already a leg back into this game.
Ooh, and instantly they are going to act upon it. You have XRT. Oh, and a bit of a difficult spot. Harbor Boy only getting one. It's Godku with the double kill coming up the connector. Double aggression, both sort of going for individual aggression in middle. If you go for that against Godku, you're not going to make it easy for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect just trying to save at least the M4, the MP9, maybe not valuable enough for them, and some money in the bank for Soulsland. I mean, only getting the one kill plant there for Shaman, they probably couldn't have asked for a better rifle if they tried. They've absolutely cooked on the first time, already having to reset the economy down low. Yeah, they will be able to buy here. Next round, though, if they lose it, a different matter entirely. So Soulsland, losing the benefit of that pistol early on.
Yeah, and even though they're probably the furthest away, Godku's voice, very recognizable as it echoes through the arena in celebration. 3K, all headshots as well, by the way, so he's going to get off to a good start. And it is going to be the force buy, actually. Soulsland, interesting decision here, since there was nothing saved. These rounds could get out of hand, but right, it's you don't really see this happening for Soulsland, especially not since they had around 6 of these rounds against the neighbors and didn't even get close to coming to a round victory there. Already the first down.
Yeah, not much to say here really. Yeah, still 2 rifles online, but you're going to struggle to find much value for them. You have basically no advantages to speak of. You're just going to need an individual to go crazy, and especially with XRT Simple on the Deagle, he's going to really struggle to find that impact. So yeah. Soulsland, I think they kind of just have to concede the 2-on-2 here, start thinking about what they're going to do on their next buy, which kind of has to be half buy at best, probably an eco.
Yeah. I mean, the only value that these guns have now is their skins, and of course, they probably got them on traded.gg if you want to get some skins. Always a good spot to head off to.
Yeah.
But Ethan, only with 1 kill. I have a feeling it's going to be remaining the only kill. Well, one of the only 2 kills. But Ethan with a double. XRT Simple. We said that he wasn't really going to get much of a chance with the Deagle. Now, there might be something here for him. But the bomb has been planted. That nade is going to be big. Well, that's a bit of an overestimation from me there. Still, though, nearly an opportunity. I think they're just going to play this perfectly. Just, the sprays in front of it. Not really connecting. Has to do the reload.
There's just no time, unfortunately.
Lovely positioning as well by Shaman, deciding to spread out, knowing that both players were on the bomb site, having one tuck into CT. Orb goes down, but they're not going to care.
I think realistically for Soulsland, considering they brought 2 pistols in, they're not crying themselves to sleep about that round. They would have liked the clutch from XRT Simple, and I think for a little bit it was on the cards. If he's got a kit, maybe a little bit more aggressive, I think we kind of see something here, but as it stands, then able to save the rifle through, a little bit more punch into this next eco buy, but it's still 2 here. Coming in early is Shaman Esports, and they're looking to snowball this with an AWP onto Maniac.
Yeah, that AWP might... Ooh, that's a dangerous buy. Often you don't see teams going for this as much anymore. Ops on the T side in these types of rounds, because even if he goes down, they manage to save the op. That's free. That's free real estate at AWP. But heavy mid presence, obvious with the M4. I was thinking that they were going to push up middle. Not what they really did, but a bomb site's open, and we're going to see a unicorn bomb pad.
Yeah, and probably not a unicorn round. There's not really much reason for most of Soulsland to stay active. As I say that, yeah, kills start coming in. Ideally, they can save the rifle and carrying it through. It's going to be drops eventually. Couple kills, so damage, again, okay. But again, the round's going to go the way of Shaman unless Harbor Boy has a miracle on our hands. And Jesus, he ain't. Alibon finds the final blow, and into our 6th round, Shaman have the lead.
We haven't really seen... I'm curious to see what Soulsland are going to pull out in this round, because I think Shaman are going to be ready for some mid aggression if they're going to go for that. So I'm curious to see what the CTs are going to pull off. There's only 1 player going to go towards the A bomb set, so it is indeed going to be 3 players running middle, 2 going towards connector.
This is down short quickly.
Ooh, the boost. Oh, what a play. But the shot gets missed by Maniac Zinho, because add more parts to your name, it makes it better. The nade, if that was a flashbang, he would have surely been dead. The peek out wide, that shot gets hit. And this round is already falling apart again for the Souls Land.
Yeah, I like the idea to go aggressive in mid, but unfortunately just didn't have the utility to support it, and a dry peek into an AWP, you kind of know how that's going to go. So just 2 players left against 5 here to find something, find anything, but it's just so damn clean from Shaman. I mean, Mr. Clean, they haven't dropped a single player, and they can just keep snowballing this economy now.
Jeez, that went quicker than the last round.
Yeah.
And they only had four USPs there. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Well,
At least it's not a 13-0.
that's a good point. Hopefully you jinx it now that we don't get a 13-2. Also, it's they go for the decision to push up high. They are aware that the AWP is there because they heard the shot, and then they throw an HE. Sundown's Kid actually using the bug to self-boost. As 4 versus 4 Harborboy with 5-7. Those 5-7s can be dangerous. And their Aura is gonna check it. Lovely. You're gonna check this more often on Epic Land than on other tournaments.
Of course. Some damage done. Maybe that means this Deagle a little bit more deadly. Yeah, I spoke a little bit too soon. Harborboy, other side of the map with the AWP.
It is Maniac Zinho gone down. So
yeah.
AWP saved.
It's probably possible to save this AWP through, especially as he's managed to bring it into Palace. So yeah, support timing taken down. Again, the damage just isn't all that relevant. So Shaman, their economy is basically set for the rest of the half. Only, round 8 now, and I mean 8 grand, 9 grand, 10. They're balling already. Unfortunately, the same can't be said of their opponent. So yeah, there is another buy, but the economy is just so brittle. This CT economy has always been punishing, especially on a map like Mirage. It's not a good look, unfortunately, from Soulsland, but there's always time yet to build back in. This is probably their best shot yet. The AWP can lock down mid, but the utility is there to force XRT Simple away, at least for now. Bursting the smoke, but can't find a pick. I spoke too soon. XRT Simple, Ethan, stereo frags, traded back at least. This is ballsy. This is a crazy move from Godku, fading the smoke. The timing is terrible. Simple has no chance in hell. Fantastic from the Shaman player to bring it back into even Stevens, but Daigle's there to maintain that advantage. Tucked in sandwich isn't known, I believe it is Aura. The cooler might have a bit of a big brain play for us should this lurk pay dividends deep into the site, and of course has that rotate coming through Palace to give aid, covering fire Overwatch, if you will. And it's so split from Soulsland.
Yeah, but they are a bit mobile, so Sloan is trying to figure it out, and it's split, but it's also passive, so they might be getting away with it if Diggle doesn't overpeak, which will be alright. Now they have all the information, all the util. Oh, what a wide peek! Set, knowing he was going to be dead, decides to take Orb with him in a 1 versus 2 for Alibon. 3 in 3. Haven't seen him do much, but that's a very crisp headshot onto Harborboy. And will this ship find its land? It's Soul's land. Sundown's Kid tries to take him down. The spray with the M4 has betrayed him earlier. And this pool, it's so close every time! Alibon does refuse to give Soul's land a third. A 1 versus 2. A bit of an ugly fight there in the end, but they call the timer just to rub salt in that wound.
I don't think you care about how ugly the fight is if you're Shaman. You got the round in the end, and you make sure that Soulsland, they stay low, they stay down. Imagine what that does to your mental as well. You're finally in maybe a winnable scenario, and you see your player just miss, and it's so close, tantalizingly close, dangle in front of your eyes. But as it stands, you just have nothing going your way. Remember, 6 consecutive from Shaman. Soulsland got the pistol, they got their eco conversion, and now crickets, unfortunately, from their side. And considering the CT, what you want to be your strong sides, already your best case scenario is tying the half. If you win out this half by, you can't be feeling confident. Yeah,
and I mean that M4 A4 spray having more bandwidth than Draytech connections. I mean, it's so wide, you're gonna have trouble connecting it, and twice now a pretty important fight being decided on the spray, which does hurt me a bit. I am an M4 enjoyer.
Oh, same.
Although it doesn't enjoy being used by me. And well, again on the pistols, it just feels like the same song that sort of gets stuck on the radio every time. There are a couple of kills. There is some potential here. Digital, second shot connecting, and then the op shot missed the team.
No way!
Oh no, you saw a headshot, but it was your teammate. Still Harborboy gives them a chance. If he finds this kill, Gaku's way too aware. Of course he's going to get that kill. The player that in the last FBL qualifying circuit missed it by just under 10 points.
Yeah, Harbour Boy was absolutely cooked there, unfortunately, no matter what he does. I mean, known his position, shadow advantage towards his opponent, you're just shift walking into the angle, no information whatsoever. Again, there's just not all that much you can do. And again, Soulsland, they're able to bring it into a round that seems semi-competitive, but it feels like the deck of cards always going to fall the way of Shaman, just stacked against Soulsland, unfortunately. And rifles out again, an aggressive move from XRT Simple, punished. And numbers advantage compounded. Jared sprays down too, and again, it looks like another non-starter.
It's, again, the AKs, they talk before the M4s every single time. No way that the CTs can get any words in here. It's destruction early on. I mean, even looking at it now, has winning the knife round been such a curse for them? Has deciding to go CT, deciding to offer yourself up to the shaman decisions, has that, like, would it have been a closer game if Soulsland decided to start on the T side? I somewhat think it would have.
I see it might have, but also I think that would have opened up more weaknesses than Soulsland, because it's not like they're playing perfect CS. It's not like they're just getting, like, outshot. You know, they are making quite a few mistakes, unfortunately. They are getting punished for those mistakes by Shaman. So it might have, definitely, but it would have also just consistently given the opportunity for them to make mistakes. And I'm not quite sure if we'll be seeing a different photo finish. I do think that, you know, once we swap sides, we'll be able to show that for sure. Yeah. You know, we'll still have to think about, you know, momentum, mental. But now we're kind of at this point in the game, 2-8. You kind of need to get these last two rounds of your Soulsland to have a competitive half. And again, a hero rifle onto Ethan, upgraded pistols. It doesn't make this one looking particularly likely. So I think a realistic scenario for Soulsland, maybe 3-9, and heading into your own T side, that's just not what you want to have.
Well, XRT at least getting out of the window this time, which has been a while back. Jared has the read on this smoke. It's so many of these plays that Soulsland are going for. It's like it's just a bit of commitment to make him that much better, and just unaware of the possibility Jared could have walked through. And again, it's a double kill for mid and Jared. These pistols suddenly all hint a lot more pressure on them. Let's see if the deagle. Oh, dead jewel. There it is too. And Jared is already low. I mean, there is something here, maybe. Yeah,
there's a world where this round has legs to it. Of course, into the site basically for free are Shaman, so they are likely going to be pivoting with the bomb. There's basically no reason not to plant here. The closest member of Soulsland is Sundance Kid. Yeah, bomb down. This luck and ramp now, it could be the backstab that ends Soulsland's half. But there is going to be a little bit of time still before this gets underway. Missing the jump. Yeah, just symptomatic of the whole game, really, from Soulsland, unfortunately. Remember, this is a winnable round as well, but they're just going to need to clutch up, sync up their peaks, and hit some shots.
Well, that's a great start. The flank is an offer, and now that position has been spotted. They can just stick this bomb and then prevent the defuse. Sundance Kid, he's sticking it. Do they know where Maniac Zinho is coming from? They don't hear him. The Tech-9 springs through the smoke. It connects. Of course, it will. Shaman sending the smoke signals. Playing with that voodoo, everything is going their way.
I mean, no matter who Soulsland called to, their ancestors, it looks like they're just not listening. Every single opportunity, even it comes down to dumb luck, it feels like, but goes the way of Shaman. And having every opportunity like this, like, constantly knocked away from you, it just has to be absolutely ruinous on your mental. I've said it before, I'll say it again. So, final round of the half here. Yeah, there are guns for Soulsland, but there's no way they're nearly as hopeful as they were in just round 3. So, at least not conceding any early advantages here are Soulsland, but still plenty of work left to do if they want to make this half even close to competitive.
Yeah, it's last round of the half, and an SMG on there. It just doesn't feel like they've even had the amount of guns that you want. Now XRT Simple, he is stuck with this. Well, he has a smoke, and I think they were aware of it, so they're just gonna yeet in some nades. 6 HP as XRT Simple. As soon as he decides to go walking, of course they spray him then. Yeah, he was never getting out of there alive.
Yeah, I mean, they had a bit with a numbers advantage. Maybe they can do something with anything here. I mean, stopping the streak of Shaman at 9 would be something to write home about at least. And again, being able to pull back the advantage means that there's something here. There is a chance for Soulsland, but they've had so many before. And Jared, is here to take it away once again.
He's been having
What is that shot?
Oh,
How do you
wow.
headshot that?
He's been having an amazing game, and it just keeps continuing on. Jared showing up for the Shaman. I mean, Godku and Jared usually the ones you're looking at for the frags, but Jared's been playing way better. Oh my goodness, it's a 3v4, add Jared into the mix, and it don't matter no more.
I don't know what kind
Wow.
of voodoo doll Jared's been playing with, but I mean, I want one of it. 17, and 6 so far in the 12 rounds of play. Yeah, now
Christ.
18. That's a 3 KD. Jared is running the server right now, and Soulzan do not have a single answer.
3v4, might as well have been a 1v4. He gets everyone out of that round. That is stoolish. Jesus. Oh, it's 10-2. 10-2. Shaman are calling a timeout at 10-2.
I mean, maybe you want to cool down your troops a little bit, make sure no one gets overconfident.
Yeah,
That's
it
the
could
only reason
spiral. It could spiral.
That's the only reason you call a timeout here, right? Nothing's changed. You have no new information.
Yeah. If Shaman win and they prevent the bomb plant, this game's over.
Yeah, essentially.
If Soulsland get the bomb plant, I still see a world where this is happening, or at least they'll get it a bit closer. But my hope is pretty low. I gotta be honest. I'm even in the individuals for Soulsland. I am slightly underwhelmed about what they're showing here. And I don't want to further hate on them because they'll probably say the same. They're lovely guys, absolutely. But I'm just missing that extra bit of spice that they had last Epic.
Yeah, I really can't agree more. Unfortunately, it just has been pretty flaccid from them all game long. This T-side is going to have to be very different and can't connect the headshot finally. XRT Simple lands one and a dink two onto Orb through the boxes, makes it awkward for the T player. In fact, consecutive headshots from all across the map. Just 2 CTs left to try and make something out of nothing. A firing squad lines up. Ali Bond, good for the one. Is it anymore? The body shot's not enough. Deja Fools, but it doesn't matter in the end. Soulsland have their thirds.
If the wind outside is in a different direction, they get all 5 there, and it's a massacre, and it's round number 11 on the board. But
I saw the vision.
Yeah, right as I mention it, I mean, the reverse cost occurs. It does stay alive with me. I don't know why, but right as I'm saying I miss a bit of flair, they start to hit all the long-range things. And as soon as you get goosed as a CT, you're instantly you get that sinking feeling in your stomach. That's my fight gone.
Yeah.
Glocks are too OP, man.
Glock actually feels crazy in CS2. Before, I would refuse to touch it.
Oh,
now I swap to it off of USB.
Yeah, I love it. Glocks, oh man, first I played CS2 beta because I got access.
Humble flag.
It's 3Ks all around.
It's a crazy gun.
And then I think it took about 4 months before I got my first USP kill.
It does feel like that, right?
They are denying the force buy. I mean, we didn't really mention it, but 4 SMGs and a scout. No results yet. I mean, Soulsland, they're being very efficient about this. They are aware of the window position that could be Degil. Don't ignore it now. You're looking at it, waiting for the peak, and then they just walk past it.
I mean, yeah, 13 damage apiece. No one really got the advantage out of that trade, but Soulsland have the bomb down. They have numbers advantage, and they've got Goku dead. Maybe the streak has been broken, but this is still very likely going to be, building into something from Soulsland. Remember, Shaman was locked to only 10 in a row, so plenty of work left to do still if you're Soulsland. But this is exactly what we'd want to do if you were trying to, come back in. If they can convert this cleanly, keep those 2 MP9s at least for not getting kills, if even if they do get saved through, then coming into the next round, that'd be 14, if I believe. Yep. 15, in fact. Can't do
15.
maths.
We just talked about how we can't do maths.
I try. I still try.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's around 15, 5 Galils. Yeah, you would like a little bit more punching power, but your recon's still good. You have firepower that you can compete with in the round. Oh, true. Yeah. XRT, Simple, and Ethan gonna be wielding them.
And I do like the awareness of that buy. The Soulsland have a good enough read on Shaman. Everyone who's seen Shaman play once would probably gamble on that they'll buy in the second round, even if it's CT side. So I do like that read because they only took long-range fights. The closest range fight that we saw in that round was Degil from Con to window, which still is, for an MP9, pretty long range. So they actually played that really quite well. So it's good to see some solid, like, basic strats being played out well for Soulsland. That's what you need to start at. Of course.
It's not like this round doesn't have teeth, though, from Shaman. Of course, upgraded Deagles and...
Godku on the Zeus.
I've got to see the Zeus kill, man. I love that gun so much.
Yeah. Well, we'll go for Zeus cam, I think. Maybe an MP9 cam if it gets interesting. But there is 2 players going towards him. Oh, no. Oh, he's stuck on the ladder!
We'll blame CS2 for that one, but yeah, no chance in hell for that Zeus there. Smith's too long range for the taser. Probably will be the rest of Shaman falling as well. Yeah, Deagle from Jared gets Jack, and bomb down. Should be a 5th.
I'm just imagining how that would look in real life. Just like James Bond or something. Just like sort of stuck on a ladder, just trying to fight someone. Like, yeah, wait a sec, mate.
I feel like you'd have to play it off like you're Batman or something. Like, there's no way you can like just sit on the top of a ladder, just be stuck there, like, put your gun down. It's not working.
Yeah, not even a gun, a taser.
Even now.
Oh, let's see if Ethan can click some heads here. Nate, jeez, so much Utah on. You'd think it would do some more damage. Why are there? Oh yeah, the bomb's gonna go off, or a no defuse kit. So he was gonna go for a bit of cheekiness, but
not to be.
Yeah, those cheeks are not clapped.
Oh, chance maybe that this MP9 gets taken away.
Oh, XRT.
It gets taken away. They remove the gun, but I'm not sure that's worth it. Knowing that they're coming into a buy round here.
I mean, they picked up the AK. I mean, it's actually pretty decent that they're now have been able to sort of somewhat freely get rid of one Galil. Well, actually, no. They still have 3 Galils. Oh, God. Oh,
yeah. Boy. It's not what you love to see. Of course, they won't have that one-shot headshot advantage, and they were getting outshot in the previous half. We'll see if that continues in our first proper gunning. Of course, XRT Simple going to be on the AWP once again. Hasn't found too much success in it so far, but been able to, draw it even at least, as we kind of had headed into this, T side of the map. Still, no attempt for pretty much anything aggressive from Souls, and they're trying to wait for a peek from Shaman, and it's just not being given. Instead, they're slow clearing mid, and they will be able to get the space essentially for free.
Yeah, and also, I get Soulsland somewhat expecting aggression, and it's looking like there's gonna be a late middle setup. Maniac Zinho not spotting anything in mid. Very fluid as of yet for Shaman on the CT side. I always like that. I hate the stationary CT sides. Usually they're good setups, but I just get bored by them.
Yeah, we do it all day just waiting around for a peek.
As Soulsland found an amazing timing to go through middle. Yeah, ladder is approached, but Aura, boy, ugly sprays. Dejo gets a great peek. Suddenly those Galils don't feel all too bad. Godku from within the site, that is? Oh, Jared is still in the side, but Ethan, 90-degree flick. Cuts him on the corner, 3 versus 3. But Ethan's low HP.
Yeah, do they know that? Has it been commed over that this player is lit? Because it's going to have to be insta-headshot, and it's just not. Sundance Kid has to 1v3. 5 and 10 has been the worst performer, unfortunately, for Souls, and the bomb is being stuck. You need to take a fight, and Godku's there to clean it up. So off a 4-piece from Godku. Shaman reach 11. Soulsland, Amiga streak has been broken. Still, they have a little bit of economy. It's not over for them just yet, but it's just another stone that they're going to have to overcome if they want to build back into Mirage.
It just felt like Godku flew under their radar that entire round. You just saw Godku get the first or 2 opening kills for Shaman, and then Soulsland really didn't have much of a reaction, even not in terms of positioning, right? And as soon as they're stuck in a 3v3, it just didn't. It looked good for regular Faceit, but the comms are at a different level here at EPIC.
Yeah, that kind of organized team structure is going to differ so much from rank. That's a lovely nade. XFT Simple did not have a chance in hell. Just flattened there. Maniac's the one to pick up the kill, and a numbers advantage here once again for Shaman. Feels like, especially in the other half, when Soulsland were on that CT, they were consistently giving over an early pick early on, and while the same is true here, it feels like more of a play coming up from Shaman than an unforced error from Soulsland. The result is the same though. 4 AKs left to make something of round 17. And grouping up towards the AWP. And with Godku, I mean, he may just farm on the ramp.
Second AWP. What a decision to make when you're 11-5 up to go for a double AWP setup. this is mighty curious, and there is a whole bunch of util for Solsland. There is a good possibility that the same bomb site might fall. If they peek ahead of the flashbangs, they're going to make a mistake. They won't. Sometimes teams do try to catch the Opera off guard, like that's a realistic possibility. Godku moves into the Chris J position on the triple box. No ace to be found here, but a triple kill as he dances back and forth. Oh, shoots right in between them, but Maniac is there. And that is 12 map point for the Shaman.
And that's 7 in a row going to be required from Soulsland if they just want to bring us to OT. So I'd say a lot to do, but we've said it before, it's honestly kind of hackneyed at this point. It seems nigh impossible. At best, a Sisyphean task for the side of the Soulsland. And remember, this is kind of for the upper bracket, this match. These two teams both 1-on-1. And unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be another one-sided stomp for Soulsland to contend with after their 13-0 loss to the neighbors. One last shot. They will have tools for the job. AKs, and the double kill from Sundance Kid. What a way to come back into the series. In round 18, they've got a 5-on-3, and they've taken care of the top fragger of Jared. Godku going to have to come up huge here once again if Shaman wants to close it out here.
That was a bit of a giggity play there.
Yeah.
Just you jump out of the window with a smile on your face. Yeah, that's not a focused play. And usually you'd blame the players, but Godku and Alibon now have a chance to go for another clutch. XRT Simple in a great position. Of course, aka XRT Zaibu. I was really expecting him to go XRT Donk for this tournament, but he stays with the GOAT, who's back in CS, and Solsland are back with a round win.
What a segue. I respect that.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a clean one. But 6-12 right now. Soulsland, they got something there. I'm not quite sure that's a repeatable way of winning a round. Just, jumping out of window and spraying down two.
That's not going to happen every time.
You take what you can get at this point, but all you can really do with it is buy time and hope you find a more consistent way of killing them. Yeah, essentially.
I mean, this whole game has been sort of a rainstorm for Solsland, and then some drops turned into delicious candy for him, and Sundance just had a vibe with it. 6-12, still a big difference though. Well, we have some fun on the Deagle. One thing that I'm always scared of is what you very often see in these types of games is that Solsland now get the confidence. They get like another mistake in Shaman in the next gun round, blah, blah, blah. And then it's going to be like a full deco just like this that's going to win Shaman the game. Maybe it will be this one, but they are lining up for the B. Pop. And, well, we don't call it Pop, right? Soda? It's not Pop here.
No.
No, that's America.
Fizzy drink.
Fizzy drink. Well, let's see how this round fizzles out for the CTs. Well, there's nice carbon dioxide in that drink. As Maniac Zinho will be slurped up. It's so dicey, though. This is not enjoyable at all for Solsland, as it's now at 1 versus 2 for XRT Simple. Luke going down to 63 HP. Orup in the 1v1, a Deagle only. Is it going to be this round already?
No way!
Don't know. I just might have the hardest jinx already.
How did you do that? Well,
several jinxes. Jesus, that is... Okay,
Shaman Esports, remember to send your check to several sheep. Because that was a way to jinx the end of the game.
Oh my god. It was going to be one of those rounds. Yeah. Well, I mean, Shaman, what I really like about Shaman is they play on sort of forcing the luck to go their way. And especially when they're against teams that are similar level, it usually shows up in wonderful CS. If they're against teams that are a bit higher level, I remember a game against the neighbors last EPIC, it looks just like straight up trolling. But I really like the way they play CS because they seem to be enjoying it. And I mean, winning around on the Deagles, that's keeping a smile on your face probably. Yeah,
I mean, you didn't expect to win that, but even if you don't, you have so many rounds to just coast off of. You're feeling confident, you're feeling clean, and turns out the shots were too. Just trading 1-for-1 rifles into pistols, never what you want to see if you're Soulsland, and in the end, final player just caught toasty off guard, had Usil in hand when it comes to the peak. I feel like even if it was gun out, then you would have had that, even with, the difference in knowledge. But as it stands, yeah, 13-6, Solsdan gets kicked back down into the dirt. Shaman will be continuing onwards.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before the game started, this is really a match for sort of selecting who gets to go towards that upper bracket. Of course, there are still a lot of games to go, but each game is getting more and more important because we have a lot of still seeding matches. From next round onwards, there's no seeding matches anymore. So you're not going to stay in the same group but just be in a bit of a better situation. No, if you lose, boom, you're down a peg. So for next up, we're going to be heading off for a very quick break. When we're back, we will have the next match picked up. Keep your eyes on the stream to see which match that will be. Quite possibly, maybe a precursor of the final, because there is going to be only 2 teams now in the top group. That might be interesting. We're going to be right back after a quick break, and we'll see you guys with round number 4 of the first day of EPIC.
guys, Mezzy here. I play Counter-Strike for Team Vitality, where I recently won Blast Fall and World Finals, and just like you guys, I really love EPIC41. I first started playing EPIC41 at the beginning of my career, where it was a great experience for me. Loved playing at the EPIC41's, great atmosphere, great to meet new people, and also, just like you, starting out your career and you never know what can happen. Everyone needs to start somewhere. EPIC41's a great place for you to keep going and just take UKCS to the next level. Good luck this weekend. Look forward to seeing you all at Blast Spring Finals in London. Let's bring UKCS back to the top.
Hello EPIC41ers, welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's EPIC when you need him?
Hello and welcome to more EPIC41 CS. We're on the EPIC41 stream and we're here for the fourth match of today. It's already quite late, but the fourth match, we're going to go into the trenches of EPIC41.
That's one way of putting it. These two teams haven't had the most successful campaign so far, both 1 and 2, of course. Trying to bring it even, trying to secure at least a chance at the tiebreakers if they want to, make it any further into the tournament. We do, of course, have Mara has an 8-ball versus skill checked.
I think we can just get away with calling them Maru, although Maru is also one of the players.
How about we call them 8-ball?
We can call them 8-ball. I think that would be a good way to sort of find a nice middle ground. I was just behind the skill check guys. In a tough loss, they got destroyed by the Zeth, EPIC41's donk, by Retro's team. I think it was 16-14 on Ancient, so it was a very close one. The winner of that game is now playing Reason. We were nearly going for that one, but we wanted to have a Group D, I think it is, officially, or Group 4. I don't exactly know how we rate it. If you want to know how it's all rated, on Twitter, still, on the EPIC41 Twitter. You have to scroll a bit back, but you can find the full explanation on the scheduling and the way the bracket works. It's pretty much like, if you win, you move one step up. If you lose, you move one step down. And from now on, we're done with seeding matches. Yes. Everything is moving up and down, so there's going to be a lot more at stake. And Maru are coming into this with with a win from the last game. Skill check are coming into this heartbroken. I've rarely seen people take their headset off as sad as they did.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between coming in just, without the momentum and coming in with a real tilter of a loss. And 16-14, that's what keeps you awake at night, what could have been. That's what's always going to stick in your mind. So, it's going to really suck for them, but they're going to have to shake it off quick if they want to be able to bring the metal against their opponents. So, we'll see how quickly they can get a turnaround going, because they've only had half an hour, if that. Yeah. It's going to be rough for them.
And then it's looking even further. It's like, what map are you going to go for? Because you really don't want to be looking in going back into Ancient, a map where you just played about 30 rounds. Not an enjoyable 30 rounds, right? You had about half an hour of pain and suffering on Ancient there. And it was, from the rounds I saw, it wasn't an enjoyable game. Like it was real grindy, mistake-ridden CS. So let's hope that they've reset. We got the long time stay, the long time return of Maru. I mean, I say return. He's been here about 7 times more often than me.
Yeah, was it 21 appearances?
21st Epic Land appearance for Maru.
10 times more than me.
Yeah,
we're still the newbies.
Yeah, he's been around the block, so it's good to cost some furniture of Epic Land. You know, have. No, it's I'm really looking forward. Like he's super familiar with this environment. On the other end, we have 2 newbies, Neo and Zenta for skill check. Two players that for the first time ever are here on Epic Land. I spoke to them a bit in Discord beforehand. They are very excited. I mean, that excitement probably has dwindled down into nerves a bit.
Yeah, I mean, when you come to your first LAN, it's such a new experience, you know. Yeah. It's such a huge leap from playing in your bedroom, from the comfort of your own setup. You know, you can't control the temperature, you can't control the noise. You look to your left, to your right, they're your teammates, and, you know, if they get pissed at you, if they start getting tilted at you, then you can feel that a hell of a lot more than online. So, a massively different environment. The peaks are higher, the troughs are lower, and when you just feel everything just that little bit more, that's Epic LAN.
Yeah, and as well, right, in the clutches, I mean, we have our headsets on. We're way on the other end of the arena, and we still hear pretty much every single word shouted. Like, if you're in a clutch or you're in a position where you're super reliant on your sound cues, if someone starts yelling, your S-word across 7 tables, you're not going to hear anything behind you, and those deaths can be very frustrating to keep your focus throughout that. I think we are still sort of waiting for the veto. It wasn't the end of skill checked, this bit of delay, but professional yappers, so I think we can fill the time with that. What map do you most want to see here?
I am a nuke enjoyer, I can't lie. I just love seeing nuke. I think there's so much fun you can have with it in terms of your rotations, in terms of your... I don't really know what else to call it, but like stupid plays. You know, you can buy shotguns if you want. You can run in with Zeus's if you want. You can vent drop if you're feeling extra funky. You know, there's so much options
so
available.
Many spots for Zeus's.
Yeah, exactly. Or like the twists, like run onto the top of the heart, just into them. I love every play like that. I think it's so much fun, but I think we can wait and see if we do end up getting that map. I think we've got vetoes ready.
Maybe we're going to get nuke.
Yeah.
Let's have a peek. There it is. So nuke's gone. We do have a somewhat similar map in terms of the levels, and it's going to be Vertigo.
Yeah,
UK and Vertigo, it goes hand in hand.
Yeah, they're basically the same place at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, Vertigo, all they need to do is build a life-size replica in Kettering, and I think we'll pretty much be set. But yeah, I think, again, you mentioned it has those levels. Yep. Can mess with you a little bit, makes those rotations, especially on the T side, really tricky. You have to shift walk basically the entire way, so pivoting between those points is going to be slow, but it's going to be the Jules on ramp that's going to make or break any attacking side. One
thing that I'm somewhat scared about is that we're going to see the A-ramp simulator come back, rear its ugly face, because we've had some games on Epic before where it's like, okay, yeah, they're going to play Vertigo, and both teams practiced one strat and one strat only, and that's full exec A. Those are going to be very boring games. You can make it very exciting. I'm pretty curious to see if we're going to see some aggressive pushes, some aggressive plays, and how that's going to be covered. I know, well, I've played a bit with Sora, not with Neo, because he thought he was too high elo. Love you, Neo. But, we played a bit of Vertigo. Sora, usually pretty good at holding gap, so we're going to probably see him very often in that position, unless they moved him out. And the Dombox is one of the players that we're mostly going to be looking forward to as well. Dombox, last Epic, played with the Puffle Pals, which was a very good roster that only made it to Inters. They got grouped in a way that we really didn't expect. So maybe a bit of disappointment. Now, less strong of a team, but maybe they can make the tiebreakers and... Get some enjoyment out of it for themselves.
Yeah, only a game away from it, at least getting that far in. And, of course, only one map separating them from that. So they know that it's within touching distance. All they have to do is play their hearts out today and now. So the pressure does kind of have to be mounting, I think it's all well and good when you're kind of flying high, competing for, the top 4, whatever. But it's kind of near the elimination point where I think the emotions kind of get highest for a lot of these players. And here still day one, then they could be facing a pretty big loss if they end up, falling down 1 and 3, losing the guarantee.
Yeah, it's a rough loss going down. We have Maru has an 8. The ball has fell off. Hopefully that doesn't happen to us or anyone else here. Wouldn't wish that on my worst enemies. And I promised we were going to try hard the knife round as we have Guffey here on the front lines. The fade is ready. Can he give the fade to Maru? Has an 8 ball as they're all close by. The butterfly stabbing, and we have like 3 versus 3 still. There's a slow advantage. Archer on his own. Can he hit 3 arrows? The first one stabs right through. Does his arrow stay sharp enough? Archer ace. He is going to need the ace to get it. Going up the ladder. He's going to extend this round. Extend my lungs. And yeah, I'm not going to cost him waiting at the top of the ladder. I tried my hardest.
I mean, he's like a bat lurking on that ladder, but waiting for someone to come close up. The skill check don't want to peek this. They know for a fact they don't need to give away the advantage. And it's a duel of patience. This, interesting, we'll call it that. And I don't think Archer Ace is that all that much confidence. Do you, Sheep?
Guffey asks him to come down, and Archer is like, nuh-uh, I'm not coming down. Eventually he will. I was very scared they were going to wait out the whole minute, but skill check, winning the knife, getting already a good start. They're going to pick CT side to start, and for the longest time, especially now with the eco, so many issues with the CT side on Vertigo, it's even more difficult to hold on to your eco on the CT side. And if 8-ball get off to a good start, we could see this spiral.
I mean, we saw what a poor CT start could do just in the last game, so hopefully that same doesn't happen to skill check. Hopefully it can be a little bit more competitive here. Of course, 5 armor out. They just want to take these duels, and very similar, just a couple flashbangs going through. And Maru has an 8-ball, traded even Stevens, Dombot, and Ride, the ones hitting the floor. Neo with a double. These USPs are singing out for multiple. It has to be the remaining players of 8-ball, and the flank through mid is perfection. That does mean, though, that both these players are known. These players are isolated, but that doesn't matter when the flank is just as good. Archer Ace kills Neo and Zenta. Archer Ace, not the 5, but 3 kills. That is the round solely on Archer.
2 3Ks already for Archer as in the knife round. He replicates it in the pistol. It was the quad setup over on ramp, and it started to look like it was going to go fall away of skill checked, but their skill gets checked, and that's the last time we can make that joke. But yeah, they do go down. Square is going to throw an 8-ball towards the sandbags, and how many more puns do we want?
That's drinking the blue juice inside it. Is Zenta absolutely flattened.
Square's going to go around the 90-degree corner, nearly making the square. Well, finishes off Sora as well. Got the Dio Deagle from the Dio. That's a weird mess up.
I think we can run with that one. I kind of like the vibes.
Yeah.
Only Dombox alive. 5-7. Still dangerous, close range, but not if it misses. Square gets the cleanup. 4 kills, in fact, on the Mac 10. That's a clean, what is that, 2,400 into the bank, and yeah, up to 5K already. They're kind of balling.
Yeah, they hell yeah. Oh Jesus,
Skilo, he ain't.
They are. I mean, Ride and Maru still even the name carrier. Not having a kill on the board just yet, but I don't think he's going to complain all too much with his team being 2-0. And we're going to see another ramp rush, of course we will, and that's 2 very quick entries. Mixer and Archer Ace are holding on. Sora not quite playing gap, but he's trying to get away, and it's chaos because he just can't seem to hold his nerve when falling away. And now it's 1 versus 2. Ooh, where's this going to go?
Yeah, 1v3 turn 1v2. There is a real shot here for Guffey. Yeah, location known, full HP, and Mixer's caught with utility out. A 1-on-1 now, and it feels like the dominoes just keep falling into the side of skill check. The smoke push, though, ill-advised. Maru posts his first frag, and his 3rd round for Maru has an 8-ball. Got scary for a second, but they do convert the 5-on-3.
I just heard Maru is apparently very close because they were loud about that clutch. Yeah, they're guys that I haven't really been able to talk to yet, at least not as much against as skill check, but Maru has an 8-ball. And they are, I mean, this is what I mentioned right here on We're on a FAMAS, MP9s. It's not feeling nice. And Square again with the Mach 10, only getting one this time. The A-Ramp simulator has sort of had its calm moment.
I gotta say, with this buy we're seeing from Skill Check, I'm not a massive fan. I understand that you've got max loss bonus, but it's going to make, especially for Dombox and Neo getting guns through that next round, if you do, end up losing this as you're kind of expected to, really painful. Yeah. On to the B site now. 2 players can swing out from Jenny, but it doesn't really matter. Will be traded out. And, while it is good damage, while it is nice to have these kills, and with the economy of Maru as an 8-ball, won't matter too much, I believe, in the end. Yeah, Maru at 7k, Square at 6, and Neo and Sora, just the 2 of them. Too much left to find with this smoke. Perhaps the MP9 has something left to say. No, it's the FAMAS who posts the frag. But peeking slow into Ride, and it's ride or die as Neo falls into the grave.
Ooh, 4 in a row. Ball really rolling for Maru. Has an 8-ball. This is going to be quite a difficult one, because the fear that is settling into Skill Check now is, if we're going to play aggressive anywhere else on the map, if we are going to try and force the issue, if we just get ramp rushed, we're going to be screwed anyway. And it's such a, it's one of the simpler parts of the strategy in CS, just picking which side you more heavily defend, because you don't want to spread out all the way. They're going to go again for the heftier setup on the A ramp, but map control is free for Maru as an 8-ball. No one's in mid, no one's on B stairs.
I mean, and all that conditioning has just done so much for them. They haven't spent a massive amount of utility, and already they have a huge advantage over what Skill Check, still have in the coffers. A minute quarter left in the round. They haven't really had to do much, and already they're in a pretty good position to take, well, pretty much anywhere they want. Molly towards the elevator. Dombox just has to drop back, and they can, start this mid-take in earnest. Smoke down, it will mean and telegraph, in fact, that they want to go towards the CT area.
Lots
it's awkward.
Of damage.
It's really laboured for both these sides, but it looks like at least Square will be able to make it through to heaven.
Flash is trying to be bonked over. Oh, Dombox misses his flashbang, so doesn't really affect anyone. I love this angle. Play it all the time in Wingman myself, but it needs to be supported. If that's the only angle you're playing, you're not going to get more than 1 kill. And Maru has an 8-ball. They are stopping this. Are they thinking it's worth to re-smoke? No, they're going to go over towards the A-ball. Still, they're undecided of where to go. They're going to run into crossfires here. Guppy does get his double kill, but then Square still on the Mach 10. It's round number 5. The man's still in the Mach 10. 3 versus 3. Full bomb site control. This is a clean 3v3.
This is such a strange round,
Yeah.
but it's still going. Of course, as you mentioned, it is into a 3v3. There are more than a couple of players who are walking wounded. It really could go either way, just depends on how the luck falls and how the aim goes.
Oh,
a
wow.
lovely flashbang, catching Sora totally unawares. It's a double jump up and Ride again mows them down.
That's a big, big flashbang. Love that they go more aggressive there, and there's not enough aggression for Skill Check. They don't even call for a timeout. Of course, a lot of teams that are around these groups are not having a coach behind them. Well, maybe a friend that just is hopping along and standing behind them being a bit annoying, but like, these teams, they don't have a coach behind them, and it's so these timings, right? You should have called a pause here every single day of the week. If they don't call a pause, that for me tells that they're full tilted.
Yeah, hard to disagree there. This half buy, I guess we'll call it, has absolutely nothing here in it. Yeah, they had some firepower, but it doesn't really matter if none of it connects. Square going to be a smidgen low. There's an opportunity onto Archer Ace, but it won't connect. And yeah, finally Square does fall, so $600 into the bank of the Dombox is going to be a consolation prize of sorts. The timing was there for him. The aim, unfortunately, was not. 6 in a row for Maru has an 8-ball.
Ay, ay, ay. That's a rough spray to lose. I mean, there have been some moments, even in these eco rounds, where you just see that they go down a bit quicker than you want in those positions. And I know they can get decently tilted. They're not bulletproof, Skill Check, not by a long shot. And they have had a very difficult pass run, but Maru has an 8-ball going 6-0 up. I don't think even Maru has an 8-ball expected this.
I mean, I don't think you ever do, coming into a game. You might think you're favored against your opponent, but not dropping a single map this deep in halfway into the half, it's almost unheard of. So just the fact that we've seen so few mistakes from Maru as an 8-ball is, I think, the real standout here. Again, they're trying to challenge for mid, and this time it does get a little bit laboured. Finally, an advantage here for skill check. 5-on-4, Archer Ace gets caught unawares.
That's been a while.
Yeah. And they will at least be slowed down in mid here. I think last time we saw them just drop smokes, play it like it's a rave almost. Just full fog, full everywhere, and use that confusion to their advantage. This time they don't have that same luxury. So it's a reroute towards the A site.
Well, you got your alphabets wrong. I think they're going towards B.
Drats.
Don't worry, on Overwatch, it's the other way around. No, they are going to line up at the staircase, and Guffey hasn't really been challenged from this direction. He's holding a smoke, but this isn't really a hard wall that you can't really cross, so he's still holding on. Not a lot of util. You're just getting dropped now. There is an angle. Guffey, his first real test, and his first real answers as he gets his double moving around the pillar. Wonderful play from Guffey as he, well, yeah, as I say, surviving his first test from the B stairs, and that's going to give at least a bit of comfort because that was still an unknown. I mean, how well is their B attack?
I mean, if that's a test, then Guffey passes flying colours, a first from him, and 3 frags in the kill feed too. Absolutely picture perfect. Just surviving, buying time, and when called to frag comes up clutch. So really cannot complain. Skill check with their first on the board, and hopefully they can snowball it into more. That's one for the money, but they're going to need more.
Archer Ace, by the way, on 13 kills. I just now noticed as we have Neo taking over. Gab! And that's a big Gab in advantage in player numbers. Neo makes it a ride 1v2. And it's the lone AK. And I think the ride is the 21 Pilots song, but he's playing against 3 against 2. Okay, it's Sora finding ride.
Yeah, I mean, that's 2 for the better green now from skill checks. And, I mean, how do you even get that round? What even happened there? It's just Neo. 3 magical kills through the smoke. 3 smoke headshots, in fact. And there's nothing you can really do. If I'm sorry, Maru. I'm never going to get that name right, I'm sorry. But if I'm Maru, then you're not even salty about that. You've just been, unlucky. You haven't misplayed at all, so all you can do is kind of go next and hope it works out better next time.
Yeah, and it's, from what I said, right, Neo definitely is one of, if not, together with Dawnbox, probably the player you're expecting the most ADR out of. So having Neo pick up that gap position, a position where, especially in those A-side simulators, which Maribal have had a bit of a love for, that position is so powerful. Have your best player there, or have the player that's playing the best right there. That's going to give you a whole lot. And Guffey, love this aggression down the B stairs, finding Maru, supporting his teammates from the grave. Hopefully he gets through all the muffled dirt.
Should be around in relatively short order. This duel in mid, goes the way of Sora. So skill check, so poised.
We didn't
for
even
a
need
third.
to see that. Easy.
No, he had it guaranteed. This timing is so damn good for Zenta. Not missing that any day of the week. Clean adjustment onto Archer Ace. Ride left to find, and he's been good so far, but he's no magician. Taken down by Dawnbox, that's 3.
And it feels like skill check have settled a bit, right? The crosshairs are a bit calmer, steps, the peaks, all a bit less frantic. Of course, they have a bit more weapons, but yeah, they push the advantage. And what at some point seemed like impossible, the money's gone for Mario's and 8-ball.
Yeah, I mean, totally interact. Scout, Tech 9s, P250. You're not what you love to see, I'll put it that way. And against the full rifles, almost 5 AKs of skill check. It's just going from bad to worse, realistically. 4 seems all but a guarantee here for skill check. There's going to need to be a miracle compounding if Maru hasn't wants to resume their rounds here. Jump gives them an opportunity. Ride hits the body shot, but just an inch away from glory.
The scout can do a bit of trolling here.
It really could, actually. Softening them up even for the pistols might just be the work necessary. And that's bold, I'll put it that way.
Yeah, just flees the scene. Not dealing with all those Tech 9s, but that does mean they can get in a bit closer. Zenta keeping them out of arm's reach. And I think this should settle in nicely. Neo thinking he has the luck every single round, spraying through the smokes. Not this time, but Zenta will easily clean some kills up. And that's the A ramp cleared.
Yeah.
For free.
4 in a row here for skill checks. I mean, it started out appalling for them, but they have been able to battle back into this half. Big respect to them, actually, for keeping their mental strong, keeping their, focus, their trust there. And because of it, they have come back. They have been able to post a competitive half, and they're 2 rounds away from tying it up entirely. I think 1 here is a necessity just to get that 5th. But tying it 6-6 would be probably best case scenario. In fact, just guaranteed best case scenario. Again, 5 rifles to bring to bear. The AWP for Mixer is going to be the change-up. Only 3 frags so far. Can he make it sing?
We haven't seen an AWP yet for the CT side. And that might be a big advantage as these fights keep getting challenged. Neo, another great pick. What a scalp to take. Archer is stuck on 13 kills for the past 4 rounds now. He's slowed down, and his whole team had wheels hit potholes as well. on the way towards the A ramp. That's a little reference to Adam and Dobbo hitting a pothole on the way here.
Nicely done from them, by the way.
Yeah, that was... I hope they can all get it fixed. Everything broke. It's horrible luck. They are in the top match now, though. Neighbors versus K10.
And speaking of everything breaking, this round from Mara, who's already had its wheels fall off.
Yeah.
2 down from Square. Neo, a smidgen lower than he would like, but other than that, skill checked. All right and tight as we head into the last 45 seconds of the round. Not looking perfect from Mara, has an 8-ball 5th. Also looks like a bit of a guarantee here.
Yeah, we have Dombox now in that back pillar corner, especially with 3. When this timer's getting low, you're not really going to permanently check that angle. The boost over is very clever, though, but then they all walk into Dombox. Mixer. 1v3. Neo has 8 armor. Not an 8 ball, but Mixer might be balling here. Oh, the reload! How is he still alive? Thank
no
you.
chance.
Take your time. He's reloading anyway.
Yeah, I think that if the AWP had 10 bullets, then I would have given him time of day there. But unfortunately, just crouching, staring at the ground. Unfortunately, it's not very practical for actually shooting people, so very little chance there. It's going to be 5th coming through here. It has been an absolute turnaround from skill checks. Down from basically being out of the map, because I at least was kind of racing them off in my head, but they've forced it back. They've earned our respect, and now with the final round, they're trying to earn 6, running through the smokes. Dombox good for the 2. Maru at least is able to trade it back, but already advantage conceded.
Brute forcing the firewall, trying not to do that with the lended PCs here at EPIC, but they're trying. Yeah, they make their way through. I mean, it's not the equal trade, and in such a situation, you're most expected for like a bit of a scenario like this that they do re-challenge you, because it is pretty much the only map control that you have, except for this Mac 10. How did Zenta and Archer change places? I think Zenta just let him. What? Well, if Zenta doesn't get a double kill here, I'll be outraged. As there you have
Maybe
it.
even 3?
Is he? Then of course, Archer Ace is gonna get that peak. 1v2, Archer Ace, finally his first kill in 5 rounds. Can it be 3 more? 2 more.
Still top fragging for his side by a pretty significant margin, 14-7. Gonna have to make it 16 for the round. No chance in hell that skill checked, try and save, of course, final round. So it's just going to have to be the double frag. Able to slip the net a little bit here. I don't think any of skill checked is really aware of exactly where he is, but on a collision course with Guffey.
There might be something here. Guffey does spot him, and style points added to the Danish player. Guffey with the no-scope. And 6-6. We equalize. And, yeah, I think we're playing opposite pockets because we're going to switch sides now. Let's see who can be the most accurate with that Q. I have no clue about this. For second half pistol is going to be super important yet again. It's a characteristic of modern CS. It's like, oh, cool, you play the first half, we don't care. We do not care. It's just second half pistol. If you win that, you're on a hot seat.
Don't get me started on my MR12, MR15 thing again. I'm sure everyone's heard it all before anyhow, but of course, even Stevens heading into this half, momentum on the side of skill checks. A bit of a reset here, soft one, so maybe for the mental of Maru, it's going to make some difference. Archer Ace going to be tested first. Yeah, running into his crosshair is Zenta, but lands the headshot anyway. This P250 is the first to clap back and clap Sora down. 5-7 actually, bold pick through the smoke. Hasn't connected just yet. And 2 players now with all the world to do.
5-7 on the CT side on the pistol. It actually is quite the interesting pickup, and Guffey takes some damage for it. We see Ride try for a very heroic attempt. No flashbangs, no nothing. Maru has an 8-ball. Will have 6 rounds. Skill checked. Check the second pistol round box.
Yeah, 7 in a row from skill check. This streak has just not been stopped. This is not something we see every day, is it, Chief? I mean, we've seen a 6 in a row streak, a 7 in a row streak. No one's ping-ponging. No one is, trying to take disadvantaged rounds. It just feels like it requires a miracle for any sort of a momentum change to happen. And so far, the pendulum has only swung the once. Very firmly in the court of Maru has an 8-ball right now. And I just don't see any, or for skill check, sorry. And I don't see any real shot for Maru has able to swing it back.
It's been a weird one. If this were to happen on any map we got on stream, it would be on Vertigo as Dombox decides to flee the scene, jump down the ladder. Not really Asha approved, jumping down the ladder, but here in CS there's a whole lot more danger than jumping or than slipping off a ladder, because some grenades will land straight on your face if you're Ride, and we have a Mixer. Well, getting one, maybe just getting a cheeky 2 or 3 more frags. Yeah, maybe an ace. Who knows?
Ace maybe a little bit too far out the bounds of reality, but there are a couple of soft players. If Dombox, Zenta peeks into them, there's a chance, but Guffey's there with the flank, taken down. Conversion, was that body shooting I saw there, Sheep?
Yeah. Were they doing some team damage to each other?
I think they were.
Maybe troll the armor a bit. Maybe they're shooting at Sora for the fact that he has 5 kills. Some hidden fact, I did tell you guys already, didn't tell the audience yet. Neo and Sora are both in my fantasy team, so I'm wiping away tears at the fact that Sora has 5 and 8. There goes my chance of winning fantasy. I'm never going to win any fantasy.
That's just how it goes sometimes. Some people are good at, other things.
Well, I did get a good pick with Neo, as he does again get Ride. Zenta goes up the stairs. There's
XM kill.
Booyah. There we go. Sora with 1 more. So it's 2v5. Maru's an 8-ball. Weird investment in this round, because there were some rifles, also some not good guns, but the XM, perfect angle. Scared though, square for the rotate through CT. Doesn't hold Guardian. So his right ear unguarded. The headshot of the AK straight through.
Yeah, I felt it was a real shot there for the XM. It just kept looking upwards at the heavens, but unfortunately repositions and it got taken out during that. So Maru just going to save. About 30 seconds left to go, so there could be a chase here, and one might argue that there should be a chase. There is some money in the banks of skill checks, but right now they seem pretty comfortable just to wait on the objective. They are going to send Guffey on a bit of an adventure, but still plenty of time to try and find that intercept. I think Maru will be able to bring his A4 through to next. As I say that, it looks like their courses are looking to collide. Maru has to look the right direction. Knife out for Guffey. No one's looking at each other. It's so damn awkward, but in the end, the kill comes through. AK not picked up, but the rifle saved through all the same.
Well, that's epic for you. Just missing that peak, missing the run, but eventually Maru does survive, which I think would have been the situation anyway. Guffey not really being careful with his own life in that hunt. As we got a very fast approach towards the B staircase. No util. Mixer is keeping that clean. There's a smoke dropped on his own position. 2 Molotovs into the smoke. That's a big waste for skill checked. Let's see if it will have an effect later on in the round. Ride also on the third M4. Second M4A for Mixer. Might have some more here in the tank with that MP9.
Oh dear lord,
wow.
yeah, fading the smoke, perfect timing. Neo cracks open the sight, and Guffey is there to continue to pull them apart. An absolutely perfect embroidery is this round from skill checks, and unfortunately there's no unpicker in the world that Archer Ace can bring against them. Deagle gets a...
Oh!
What is that?
Oh my goodness.
A 90-degree flick. Neo's not dodging that one anytime soon. Plant down, 1v2. M4 on his back. There is a chance here. Should Archer Ace be feeling particularly adventurous and closing in on the site, there could be something here, Sheep.
Yeah, Dombox being full HP is probably the worst thing about this round. As he drops the smoke close range, I don't think Archer Ace wants to go for this. I think he sees the value in the AK a bit more. Drops the smoke far away. There's just no defuse kit. If you have a defuse kit here, go late, right? Plop the smoke on the bomb. Go for a peek first. Just stick it on the defuse. But Guffey, low HP. The Dombox was defending it quite heavily. Archer Ace still leading the server all across the board. But Guffey, Neo, and the Dombox are hot on his heels. 10-6. Still unanswered by Maru.
I mean, if I'm Archer Ace, I can't really do any more there. I mean, it was like 2 frags, 1 crazy one. You've saved your gun through. I mean, hats off to Archer, but unfortunately, it's not bringing you any rounds. So yeah, as you've mentioned, we've only had the single momentum swing. This is one of the stranger games of Counter-Strike we've had on the broadcast just yet, and it shows no signs of abating. Square and Mag 7 ride a scout. The buy is not perfect here for Maru, but in this mid position, then Dombox might be in for a rude awakening.
Yeah, but at this range, if he just holds at that range, you're not really going to get a one-shot.
Probably not, but that gun's crazy.
Until you have like the blessing from Gaben. The Gaben bless. But yeah, at that range, I think skill checks are going to be aware there might be a bit of tomfoolery going on with these weapons. Zenta, if he just pops through the smoke dry, that might be a rough time. So now the Dombox is going to get curious. Half HP gone, max 7. He just hasn't damaged it yet. Squares walking a clean man.
See? Unwelcome surprise. It doesn't get the kill, but Square definitely comes out the better of that exchange. Info of the Mag 7 over, but speaking of info, Archer Ace has none. Forced to make a play. The flashbang maybe favors skill check in the end of things. And it's 2 against 3 now. Smokes down. Plant should be allowed. There's no utility to deny it. Even as they bait for it. A jump up and elevation with the shotgun. Yeah, it's bold at the best of times. And again, though unscathed, Square finds nothing. Dombox into the other side. Smoke down. B is under lock and key. Surely Plant can come down soon, should they wish to, and indeed they will.
Can they open Pandora's box and try and get a trade here? Try and get into something of a realistic clutch situation. Anti-flash from the Dombox. And those AKs are hitting all of the shots. 11-6. I have a feeling those first 6 rounds were just sort of like the aftermath of their first Ancient game against Roscamp Ryan. I think that was still the frustration in there. It took them about 6 rounds to realize, hey, this is another game. We can just chill. All of that frustration sort of watered out. And, I mean, that is actually a really impressive recovery.
I mean, I don't really have words to describe just how impressed I am. You know, because you get to like 6-6, and it's like it's a strong recovery, but this continues going. 11 rounds, you really can't deny that right now Skill Check look like the better team in the server, and 2 away from closing it out.
They haven't even looked shaky. Like,
exactly.
It's not like they've been needing to win clutches or 2v3, 2v4 situations. It's always been them having like a continuous advantage, even if they went one man down. Like, I think for a very short while, no real result. As now Neo and Zenta again. Awesome trade. Square going goofy again. Swag 7 shooting sexy is Slick walking away. Zenta escapes towards the bomb site. This might still be the bit dangerous. Neo does save them because everyone's low HP. If Neo goes down there, that's a double kill.
Yeah,
you've lost this round. But
Maru kind of has to take a look in here. I mean, your odds are pretty appalling either way. You don't have money for buy-in next, and this is even possibly your best chance to deny them a 12th. That's a free timing there. Neo goes down. That was the extra low health player. And Zenta and Dombox are both lit. Time low kit on the back of Maru, but he's still going to have to accelerate.
Zenta.
HP advantage over Zenta, sure, but it doesn't matter when you're hitting headshots like that. 12-6, and we are one away from closing out one of the strangest series we've had all day.
Zenta has turned it around massively as well. I think Zenta has had a kill in pretty much all of the last 8 rounds or something. You just see him pop up, and he's been getting his timings really, like, he's been getting nice timings. Skill checked have put themselves in very often in situations where there is such a small window where Maru can catch them off guard that a team like Maru is not really going to catch that timing.
This is aggressive. Oh my lord. 2 headshots come through from skill check. This looks like the beginning of the end here, folks. Maru puts something on the board, but only the one. It's a scout, it's an M4, and it's 4 players left to find. Yeah, 1 lit, but there's just so much to do. Oh, clean shot coming through there, but you need a little bit more, and sandwiched.
There
Mixer goes
go.
down. 13 in a row. You don't see that every day, do you?
That was weird. That was a very, very weird run. I took my jacket off. It got quite hot inside. I mean, 13 in a row, that is getting up to the boiling point of CS. I mean,
yeah.
You don't, like, there's one other option you see 13 rounds in a row, and that's usually in a 13-0.
Yeah.
I'm kind of lost for words, actually.
Yeah, normally what you see, right, is if it's like not a 13-0, they maybe win pistol, get conversion, something like that, right? But it's normally based on you win the pistol and then you snowball. Rather than you win pistol, you win like 2 rifle rounds, and then we'll say your opponent just really heats up. You know, maybe your level falls, maybe theirs increases. The end of the day, you stop winning rounds that maybe you should have a real shot in. You start conceding advantages willy-nilly. And that wasn't even the problem here. I felt like more than a couple of times, it was Maru has an April who were getting the opening kill. Yeah. But they just seemed incapable, allergic of converting these 5-on-4s. It kept going against them via hook, via crook, or via some mechanical play. Then something would always go wrong because of that. Yeah, 13-6. Then we will see at least a lock-in of the next round.
Yeah, I think we will. Right. So, yeah, I mean, skill checked, I think this was their last chance to sort of save them from a really disappointing run, because they had some high hopes, and especially now with the way this bracket works, I still think they're contenders for maybe one of the lower bracket spots. They want to get in there. They don't want to get grouped again for some. Love you, Sora. But it's like they have their chance now, and they managed to save it. And if this is the turnaround, if they manage to hold this, you're going to be good in a lot of the, like, you're going to be good for the upcoming 2 rounds. Only problem I'm having is there was no challenge. How are you going to do in the clutch rounds? You just lost to 16-14, where you had a lot of very, very close rounds against Roskam Brian. You lost out there. Yeah, you get a great result here, but there's no extra confidence in the late rounds. Maybe there will be. Maybe there will be, because you have had it so clean. But it was a weird game. I've never seen it like split this much. It was gymnastics in CS.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm also a bit of a loss for words, because as you mentioned, it's just not something you see every day. But I think sooner or later we're going to have to leave you guys to ponder it, as we do too. Of course, still matches left to come today. What, 3 left? 4?
I think 2 more best of ones.
Yeah.
And then we're going to get 1 best of 3 already starting. I am pretty sure. Go check out the EPIC41 website if you want to see the scores of all the other matches K10 and the neighbors were playing simultaneously with the match we just casted. So check out those results. We're going to definitely do that as well. Spec and I, we're going to be gone after this game. We're going to be returning very soon, but we got the massive, lovely, nearly same height duo of Timdex waiting up for you the next game. So see you guys there.
Hi guys, Mezzy here. I play Counter-Strike for Team Vitality, where I recently won Blast Fall and World Finals, and just like you guys, I really love EPIC41. I first started playing EPIC41 at the beginning of my career, where it was a great experience for me. Loved playing at the EPIC41s, great atmosphere, great to meet new people, and also, just like you, starting out your career and you never know what can happen. Everyone needs to start somewhere. EPIC41's a great place for you to keep going and just take UKCS to the next level. Good luck this weekend. Look forward to seeing you all at Blast Spring Finals in London. Let's bring UKCS back to the top.
Hello, Overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's EPIC when you need him?
tradeit.gg, and we've got an absolute lovely little rematch here for you in round number 5.
Yeah.
TLR versus Coalesce.
Yeah, the benefit or perhaps hindrance, depending on your perspective, of this, the new ladder bracket, is it rematches? They are possible. And TLR, this is going to be an interesting one because these two teams were, when they were playing each other, were caught in the brief technical issue that we had earlier with the power outage. And I know you had a chat with some of the Coalesce guys, and they blame the loss completely on the power issues.
So again, for those who aren't aware, there was a big power outage that we had here at the LAN due to some technical difficulties, which was mid-game, middle of round 2 for a lot of teams, and that affected the TLR Coalesce initial game in round 2, and Coalesce completely blamed their loss on that because they were ahead in the score. They were 5-3 up, the power went, and they lost the round. The round that was replayed, they would have won it. They ended up losing, and TLR made a comeback and ended up taking it. I believe it was 13-9, if I'm correct.
13-10.
13-10 even. So yeah, that's a close game. That's within 3 rounds, which again in MR12, that can be very small details which could change that.
I mean, especially if they were economically just about to be broken, but they managed to win that round, that sets them up better.
Exactly.
Then if they come back and instead lose it, it changes the entire dynamic.
As you mentioned, as soon as we found out this game was happening, we're like, yes, we're streaming that. I immediately ran over to the teams to get their thoughts, get their point of view on this. And yeah, the Coalesce guys, I spoke to Behind and Whiffin, both of them said it's going to be the same map. It's down to TLR whether they pick Overpass or Nuke at the end of the veto, but it's going to be one of those two. And they're just going to play the exact same game plan. They blamed that loss 100% on the technical issues that they had and take zero responsibility for their own gameplay. Now, while you can blame that, you can say if we didn't add that technical issue, we would have won. You still lost 10 rounds. You still made those decisions to lose those 10 rounds, so you had to have made mistakes. And so it's a very headstrong mentality they've come into this with, and not a very humble one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the one thing to bear in mind sort of when we think about that scoreline, though, is you do kind of expect this to be close when you look at it on paper. Both these teams are in main. Both of them have pretty similar records. Coalesce are 8-1. The Last Resort are 8-3. Yeah. So they're in a very similar standing in main. Obviously, the Last Resort have played a couple more extra games, and they have lost a couple extra games. Yeah. But they're both the same win rate at the moment, or both the same amount of wins. So you'd expect them to be fairly closely matched, and they do have that overlap in the map pool as well.
Yeah, they do. They do have that overlap. But in a good contrast, as I mentioned, I also spoke to TLR. I spoke to Adam JC and Vainzo as they were leaving the building for a little bit of a break. Yep. And I asked the same questions to them. But they were much more like, okay, we know the mistakes that were made in the last game. We've already talked about it. We're going to have made those adjustments. So it's a really strange contrast. Those are answers which you'd expect from the losing team, and you expect the winning team to be saying, yeah, we're changing nothing. It's the other way around. Yeah. The winning team were like, yeah, no, we know the difference. We know the mistakes we made. We're going to, we've addressed them. We're going to make those adjustments. And then the losing team is like, we're not changing a thing. We didn't lose the game. The technical timeout did. And like, still lost 10 rounds. Though. Yeah. You still lost those 10 rounds.
It seems almost like a bit of a problematic mentality to have. I mean, like, Adam JC's reaction is the one of improvement. Despite winning, he still recognised that there were areas where, in his mind, that game shouldn't have been as close.
And that is a winner's mentality.
Absolutely.
Not about winning, it's about improving. Yeah. You don't win, you learn.
Yeah, even when you're losing, you're learning. When you're winning, you're learning. Like, no matter which way, there's something you can take from every game.
That's the real prize, everyone. Not the prize pool. Not the $4,750 prize pool presented by tradeit.gg. Not the $100 MVP. Dollar, it's pounds, isn't it? I don't know. I can't remember. I've said dollars for the first one. Trade it is dollars, but the prize pool is in pounds. No, the real prize is the lessons we learn along the way.
But before we get there, we need to figure out which maps these two teams are playing. Now, we mentioned it was going to be either a rematch on Nuke or potentially Overpass. We'll see here on the veto. It has gone down to those two maps. It's going to be a rematch on Nuke. These two teams played earlier on Nuke, 13-10. So they're going to have another stab.
So interestingly, last time, it was TLR and Coalesce had the bans the other way round. So, but because TLR won, their seeding meant that they got to choose the who banned first, and it does end up Overpass and Nuke are the last two mans. It's Coalesce banning Overpass, putting it on Nuke, and like we mentioned, we spoke to them before, they're happy to play it again. They're headstrong that if they play that map again, they will win, despite, again, coming up, at least on a PR point of view, not wanting to make any changes, completely adamant that they have what it takes to win it as it is without making any changes.
Yeah, and looking at the records from main as well, Coalesce less experienced on the map, at least obviously this doesn't account for their practice schedule. They could have been practicing the hell out of Nuke, but they've only played it once. They have won it once. The Last Resort have played it 3 times. They've lost it twice as well, and I think that's significant because you can then take you can take the lessons from those matches. You know, they're just as useful as practice games. In fact, more useful probably because it's competitive situation. So they've had more reps in official matches at the very least on Nuke. So they've got that going for them, and as well, I think. Just mindset going in. The interesting thing as well, we had a very brief chat with the Coalesce owners yesterday while the seeding was being announced. They weren't too happy that the last resort was seeded ahead of them.
Yeah,
and then they went on and lost.
Yeah, they were trash talking, saying, "Why on earth is it?" Obviously, I used to play for Coalesce, so I know some of these owners personally. So you've got that relationship where it's like you can let the guard down. It's not very much PR answers. Like, I don't know why TLR are seeded higher than us. We're gonna trash them, and okay, prove it. And then he was like, yeah, I'll prove it. And then went on the server. They were in the lead, and then technical issues happen, and they end up losing 13-10.
Yeah, but those have been sorted now as well. I had a chat with the tech team because, of course, like to just be in the know for these kind of things. They figured out what the issue was, and it shouldn't be happening again. They've done a great job spinning it all round. Really, really decisive decisions from the admins as well. Just like getting in there, getting it sorted. The turnaround wise,
didn't even waste time with a bing bong from Gump.
No, didn't even have a bing bong. Geo comes in, skipping the bing bong.
Yeah.
The power goes down. He's like, right, players.
Straight to business.
Have a break. We'll fix it. Come back in half an hour, I think it was, and they sorted it. Like, top job. Shout out all the admins. Also, shout out Draytech for the routers or the switches.
Yeah.
Or both, in fact. If you fancy some networking equipment, have a look at Draytech. They're powering absolutely everything here. Every single computer, and there's a lot of them. I think I saw. Yeah. I think there's. They've got a dashboard. The tech team made a dashboard, and you can see it when you're walking into the LAN hall. I think I saw 990 assigned IPs. So that's 990 devices,
that's a lot.
All plugged in, having a whatever your devices are doing. But Draytech, plenty of stuff to network all your stuff together. I love a bit of networking. Tried to steal one of their switches last event, didn't go down too well.
Did not go down too well at all.
You know, look, you got to try these things.
I'm surprised they let you back in.
Look,
this event.
They just can't resist me. That's the problem.
Irresistible.
Yeah, when we're delivering top tier analysis such as this, I'm really excited to this one as well. Yeah. I think like it's been really interesting watching Adam JC's run through teams over the last couple of years, and of course Coalesce as well, coming up from Duck Goose.
Yeah, I think that's a really good thing to mention is that Duck Goose lineup. They came out of nowhere in the UKIC Season 0 LAN finals, managed to make it qualify for that LAN, came in, and I believe they had a stand-in. If I remember rightly, Moz was the stand-in, and he ended up joining the roster on a permanent basis, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, he was standing in for Prime, I think, he already had like a holiday booked or something.
Yeah, so Prime wasn't available. That rings a bell now. Yeah, Prime wasn't available, Moz comes in, and now Moz is playing permanently for Coalesce as well, because he did look good. I have to say, Moz was one of the better players on that Duck Goose lineup. They've come into this and impressed, and interestingly, they made it to the LAN finals. TLR didn't, and this was just after a couple of roster changes that TLR had, losing 360, bringing in Flicky instead of Nino, their AWPer, and they didn't make the LAN finals. TLR have had some time to stabilise their roster a little bit, and again, perhaps that's where some of the debate over the seedings from the Coalesce owners come into it, expecting like, oh, well, we placed higher in the LAN finals. But you've got to remember this core of TLR placed second last Epic LAN. Yes, that Epic LAN was further ago than the LAN finals. It was much longer time ago. That was in October, whereas the LAN finals are in December. That's a whole 2 months separating.
Yep.
So it's hard to say, but we've got a really good head-to-head battle on our hands between these two teams to vie for that sort of hierarchical position in the UK scene.
And right into the knife round here. Coalesce and the last resort. Going to be battling. Got the knife round to decide which team, who's going to start.
This could be important. If I remember rightly, it wasn't 8-4 half, I want to say.
Yeah, no, that rings a bell to me.
Last time they faced.
Yeah, strong start.
Yeah.
And then you combine that with a pistol round, and all of a sudden you're a stone's throw away from winning the overall match. So, see, Coalesce have won, so they're going to get choice of sides now.
Yeah.
I imagine
it's starting CT.
Starting CT, yeah. But
establish yourself again. For me, the biggest hitters on this team, most notably Tony, behind. He, in the previous game against Run Bumpers, he absolutely farmed. He was top fragging on the entire server. I'm pretty sure we got a 1 versus 4 clutch. He had like 20 kills when the next closest person was on like 7 or 9 or something like that. And that was really impressive from Tony. He's the IGL, the Danish player, Integrity Tony as they call him. But another player I want to mention out is Whiffin. He's a player who I used to play with, and I know personally his peak is unbelievable on the AWP. So starting on the CT side, if they can establish economy, get that AWP out early, Coalesce could stand a good chance at getting a strong lead to begin with.
Main smoke already from Adam JC. He's making a lot of presence outside here. Going to commit himself to the push as well, and then he's going to explode in through this. Issue is Prime's already picked up 2 headshots, but they come back in turn. In fact, Fizzy gives TLR the man advantage here now. Kara up from high, has managed to pick up 1. He's doubled up, taking down Vainzo. That means Adam JC has it all to do. 1 versus 2. The in-game leader picks up the first, looking for the second here, and Kara's just on 1 point of health as well. Adam just needs a single body shot here. See if he can land it. He can. A back and forth pistol down to the wire.
Yeah, triple kill there from Adam JC, and a double from Fizzy. That was a nice little set of kills from them both. Gives TLR that pistol round, and that's a really much needed pistol round. As we mentioned before, 8-4 half for Coalesce in the previous time these two teams faced on Nuke, which was just earlier this day. Only 3 rounds ago, I believe it was in round 2. But now we're coming on to the second round. We've got the force buyout for Coalesce, interestingly so. Scout on the hands of Whiffin, MP9, 5-7, and a Deagle. A couple tags landed as the smokes towards Yard are used to cross down towards Secret. This is a lot of information that's gathered. Whiffin would have heard all these steps. He would have spotted those players. Consequently, Tony dropping down, deploying this smoke, blocking them off at the Elige cross.
Blowing a few holes in that smoke as well to be able to see through. He's going to back away with the information. He knows that there's at least one person on the other side. And Whiffin will be able to hold down their retreat as well. He pivots to a different angle. But there we go. Information gathered and a tag. Perfect.
That's so much information, and with all this information, Coalesce are able to maneuver themselves around the map, get themselves into a nice, strong counter setup, whilst also whittling away the health of these players, softening them up for these weaker weapons for these 5 seconds, these Deagles. It's MP9. There you go, Whiffin holding another angle. That's perfect to bait in Karai. He's going to find the 1. Catches Flicky off guard. That's a double kill. This is disastrous for TLR. About to be upset by a CT force buy. Biggin has managed to find an opposing kill against Prime on the extremity of the map. Kara still holding strong on the MP9, but does eventually fall from Mac 10 for Adam, but it's traded very quickly by Moz's 5-7. Fizzy with a Mac 10 doing some work, takes down Moz. It's down to a 2-on-2.
Fizzy going to drop out of heaven. Loud as well.
Both players on the CT side split very heavily across the map. We've got 1 down the vent and 1 holding towards the ramp with Whiffin on the scout. It's opposite extremes holding down those rotation positions towards the B site.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a challenge for these two. There's only 10 seconds left on the clock. If they can deny the bomb plant, that'd be huge, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do so. Fizzy's getting that 1 down now. Tony up the vent, taken out by Biggin. Whiffin has now given his location away, and Fizzy just holding for him as well. Biggin, all he has to do is play on Fizzy's contact here. He's going to reposition instead. Yeah,
that scout struggling to find the do enough damage, even though he found at least 1 tag, do enough damage through that wall, through that vent. Yeah, TLR just don't need to face her. They've managed to recover this round, which again did look not very good for them. The amount of info that Whiffin had towards outside and was still able to fire down shot after shot after shot. In fact, Fizzy, he was the first to take damage and to survive the round without taking any more, and with a double kill to boot on the Mac 10, and that's 2-0 to TLR.
Yeah, lovely stuff. And it's going to be an eco for Team Coalesce. We've got a Deagle bought up. We have a Zeus, Tim. Big. And another Deagle.
This is big. Zeus, such impact.
Recently buffed. Big fan. Could go into Hut.
Yeah, Nuke is such a good map to use the Zeus on.
Let's see where is Prime? In Hut. Of course he is.
There we go.
Perfect. Called it. I mean, it's one of the best positions, especially with. It seems like the Zeus has been slightly buffed with the
range as well.
The range. Yeah. So, let's see, Prime. That's taking a bit of damage. Getting curious, trying to get a little bit of information.
Yeah, just posturing in towards this lobby default. Currently, TLR allowing the 1 player Vainzo to lurk outside with that Mac 10, with that SMG to scout ahead, get some information on his lonesome. The rest of the players playing that 4-man pack, maximising that trait potential. You don't want to get isolated against pistols. The risk of you going down and dropping, and not only going down, but more importantly, giving an upgraded weapon to one of the CTs. Something you don't really want to gamble with.
No, not all the time. About 50 seconds left on the clock yet to find a kill is either team, and TLR are going to go for an outside walk. I like this against pistols. You can play the range game with the rifles. Obviously, you've still got to be careful of those Desert Eagles. But Flicky is going to get himself down into secret, and the rest of TLR will descend with him.
This is good because this is an A stack right now for Coalesce. 4 players tucked on towards this site, and there's only 1 player close to rotate down, and that's Kara, the ramp player. Now going to drop down, look to find contacts. Not going to spot anyone. In fact, TLR have managed to make their way all the way close to this ramp choke point to lock them out, and Vainzo's found a double kill. Whiffin managed to trade in with the USP, but yeah, these MAC-10s are going to make light work of these Coalesce players.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason really for Coalesce to save here, other than maybe Kara, who's got the armor. So just trying to find some sort of exit is the plan here, but they're being absolutely picked apart by TLR. They've been really nice and thorough in clearing out these peripheral angles, and they're going to get relatively cleanly. They lose Vainzo, but he was on an SMG anyway, so now he can upgrade to a rifle, and you've got a 2 SMG bonus round. Guns are going to be coming out for Coalesce, and most notably the AWP on Whiffin.
Again, Whiffin is or can be a massive X factor on the server. I've said it time and time again. The skill that he has as a player is unparalleled on the AWP compared to any player in the UK scene.
The one thing I see is that they weren't great on utility Coalesce here, and they've burnt quite a lot of it already in the early round. Nuke one of those maps.
But I think that's fair. You're against MAC-10s. You've got to be ready for that and that immediate execute, that immediate rush. TLR have burnt a lot of their own utility going for an execute, but it's a fake. They've baited all that utility out towards A, and instead they're popping on towards ramp where Kara lies in wait. He drops a smoke in, but he's burnt all of his bullets. He throws those bullets out of his clip. Barely any of them land. Doesn't even find the frag. Instead is baited out, and his life is cut short. He can't delay any longer. Instead, TLR take that site, and they even have the time to lock out Coalesce's rotations here on the double door.
Yeah, you can see a bit of panic there, and honestly, Coalesce might just decide to save this one. They are sticking around to see if TLR hand over any free frags, but at the moment it doesn't look like they're giving any. Moz is walking his way into the double doors, and there it is, a double kill, pretty much securing the round here. These 2 rifles should now absolutely be going and saving, and at least they can be used next round, but same can't be said for the rest of them. The bank account's looking pretty empty, and TLR already off to a really strong start, especially on the T side.
Yeah, that's a bit of a fumble there from Kra. Again, it's hard to say because of the pressure that TLR applied to that top site towards the A site. Knowing Coalesce have got weaker utility being their first gun round on the CT side, they can bait it all out very easily. Again, because they have that threat of those MAC-10s, they can bait out that top site utility. Causes the chaos in the communication as well, which means Kara might not have been ready, might not have been so keen and ready for that immediate ramp pop to come in after that initial A fake. And yeah, your job as the ramp player, more than getting those frags, is to block and to stay alive and delay. Kara was unable to do that. He overcommits to that fight, hoping that he can land at least a frag before falling, realizing that he didn't fall back in time.
Early outside, Vainzo is making a scramble behind Red, taking a lot of space, and he's got a couple of teammates behind him. Spacing is a little bit wide, although it does look like Vainzo's going on a bit of a lurk, and JC and co are going to be controlling the yard here. Adam JC spotted going through the smoke. Tony's already got 1 kill. Can he double up? He can't. Adam JC with a big equalizer.
If anything, that HE kind of hurt Tony more than it helped him. By spotting out that extra play, it divided his crosshair between 2 players.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to isolate Adam JC, and yeah, an equalizer 4 versus 4. Not only that, TLR have got more of the map control. They've got this secret position. They've got outside. See if Coalesce react to this one. We can see Whiffin with that AWP slowly creeping his way in towards the lobby. But this is slow. And as much as I say it's slow, it's equally slow from TLR. They're only just now grouping up. A missed molly from Vainzo down towards the lower side, towards the double doors, does mean that Kara can remain strong in this position.
Vainzo going to actually back away a little bit here, giving this smoke quite a lot of respect. 30 seconds on the clock. JC heading up heaven, and this could be a round deciding play potentially. If he can find a kill here, which Prime is aware of, but all the timing. No, he does. Pivot back round.
It's such a difficult angle Prime's in there. He's got to watch heaven, and he's got to be paranoid about that main site hit. Fortunately, Moz is in position, but again, he falls. Biggin, a nice little headshot. Now just Prime to deal with. He stays alive, takes down Biggin. In fact, this is a triple kill already for him. Finds the headshot on Vainzo. As much as I'm criticising his position, he's made it work.
Absolutely has. Now Flicky in a 1 versus 3 with absolutely no time. He just needs to keep this AWP, which Coalesce are going to be more than happy to let him have. Really important for them at the moment to build a stable economy so that they don't suddenly get forced back onto an eco just after losing 1 round.
Yeah.
Now going to be rebuying, of course. This time they're on full utility. Plenty of money in the bank for TLR, although it is starting to look a little bit fallible. But
yeah,
for this
again,
round, at least they're okay.
It doesn't take much for T's to build their economy. That's the thing. Their weapons are cheaper. They don't have to buy so much. Same can't be said for the CTs. TLR again looking to go for a bit more of an outside default. Currently contesting, trying to get Flicky up in a decent position with this AWP to post. Currently Whiffin is not outside to challenge him, so there won't be a heads-up AWP duel. Instead, Whiffin is looking to get a pick in towards the lobby. And there we go. Beautiful flash. Flicky finds behind, and again, Whiffin, he's in towards the lobby. Therefore, there's no support for Tony. He's isolated. He's on his own.
Vainzo going to be taking point here as the outside smokes. Bloom, and again, getting control of these secret stairs. TLR not committing. They've gone the opposite side, and they're working their way around to main, where there is currently a gap that could be found here. Prime going to get shot in the side of the head. Adam JC, huge entry onto this A bomb site. Moz quicker than equalizer onto Biggin, and Whiffin from Hut does take down Adam JC, and now TLR are stalled in main. They've got angles to deal with.
But this is big though, because they've taken down a lobby lurker. They can now divert all their attention towards that A site hit. But is it an A site hit? No, TLR have just all gone down the vent to an empty site where Coalesce had not a single player close to a position to rotate into.
Absolutely. Fizzy on the mini ramp already, quite aggressive towards the ramp. Moz has managed to sneak his way into Decon though. He's picked up a kill, and now Fizzy's in trouble. He's managed to trade that one, but that's allowed Kara in. 1 versus 1. Vainzo on the other side. Bomb is planted, and he's gone for the big loop around to double doors. HE grenade to blow open said doors. And Kara is going to tap on the bomb, not sticking to it, but Vainzo doesn't necessarily know that. He's working his way up the rafters, and he makes noise, which is going to allow Kara to swing out and pick it up.
I was going to say that plant position is such a nice one because it's open to both the single and the double door. Vainzo does give away his position by blowing open the door with the HE. But then even further than that, I was about to say that there's a really interesting play going through the window, because that way he can access that bomb by going through the rafters, but by making noise it means that, yeah, Kara can just isolate that fight and he takes it.
The problem is with that play is that when it's not planted for you, you have to assume that the first is a tap. Because if you start running, it's all the information needed, and Coalesce capitalise on it. Money's looking a little bit light for TLR here in round 7. The utility is light, as is the weaponry. We've got a Galil in play on Vainzo. Still got the AWP. Never mind, not anymore. Whiffin.
Yeah, the heads-up duel, again, I mentioned it, the X Factor. He's a very difficult player to play against as an AWP. And there you go, that is the second frag for him. Now starting to make his presence towards outside. Vainzo has picked up Flicky's dead AWP, and Whiffin's even spotted the shoulder. Whiffin is scoped up. He's hunting for this one. He's hungry. Doesn't quite land the shot. Just Biggin and Vainzo in the 2 versus 5 with a minute 15 left on the clock. Vainzo trying to isolate at Whiffin. Find that frag. Lessen the herd. But Whiffin's just hiding. This is discipline from him. Tucking in, making sure that he doesn't fall, giving that 1-for-1 fight. Knowing that he's got a player watching his push, which I believe is Tony up towards the heavens. Vainzo is still just waiting with that AWP, waiting for that Whiffin peak. It's just not coming.
Well, it's a really difficult position to be in if you're TLR, because you need to try and find a couple of frags before you can start to really make a play here. The defense from Coalesce hasn't been affected in any way. You haven't got a chip. You haven't, got rid of a player and weakened an area of the map. They can just continue to hold in their setup, and that's exactly what they're going to do. The onus is on TLR, and they walk straight into Whiffin's crosshairs. Biggin eliminated. Vainzo picks up one on the Glil, but takes so much damage. And only 20 seconds on the clock as well. He'd have to try and scramble down Secret, and he can't do it. He swings in, and Whiffin gets his 4th frag. Huge round from him. Yeah,
again, like I mentioned, the X Factor. You put him outside, he took that heads-up duel against the primary AWPer of Flicky, wins it, and then at that point, TLR, they didn't have the space and they didn't have the trading to actually deal, or the utility to push Whiffin off. If you watched Whiffin's POV that entire time, you saw he was under 0 pressure. He even got to that point when the 5 versus 2, he was like, look, I've done my job. I've got those 2 frags. I'm just going to fall back, stay alive, let my teammates take contact next. And he does it exactly that. He waits, holds a much more passive angle, waiting for them to come into his crosshair, gets rewarded from it, and even finishes off with the 4th kill. Big impact there from Whiffin. That puts Coalesce up on 3. They're now just 1 round behind TLR. Again, as I mentioned, so far, I have to say, Coalesce's rotations have not been looking good. If TLR have the opportunity to abuse those rotations, slow down the round, let the round breathe, they're making the better decisions in terms of rotations by a long mile.
Yeah, I think some of the mid-rounds that we've seen, I'm assuming they're coming from Adam, but they could well have been from one of the other players, especially that one where they went down vent. They lost it in the post plant in the end, but a really heads-up and decisive call, and as well, the whole team got on board with it, right? There was no hesitation. Nobody was like, oh, I'm going to hang around and wait for somebody to come around the vent. They all committed as a team.
That's the difference. You see, Coalesce have been really slow on their rotations. Every time that TLR have taken outside, whether it's with the yard smokes to get to Secret, every time they've taken that, it's taken way too long for Coalesce to take lobby. They're not decisive on those rotations to get down into Secret. And you can see that's also one of the reasons why in one of the earlier rounds, where I think it was the first buy round, where TLR faked an A hit and went down to ramp, Kara was almost caught off guard in rotation. Exactly what I'm talking about. But fortunately for this round, TLR, their money is broken. They're going to be back down onto pistols.
Yeah, it's an opportunity for Coalesce to equalise the numbers here. Gathering towards the door, and they're going to burst out as well. Really nice flash. He's going to put pressure on Moz. 1-for-1 trades onto the bomb site even still, and the bomb is down on that B site, which seems to be the planned outcome of the round. Bomb hits the deck. Veins are still active on the A site as well, and now Coalesce have a choice.
It's A. They still think it's A.
That's
Coalesce. Huge. Oh no, okay, only just now they're starting to turn around and go towards the ramp, but they do eventually take down Faenzo, but not at the cost of Whiffin's life. This sets up Adam perfectly for the 1 versus 2. Not only that, he can hold the rotations on a low HP Tony. It's now a 1 versus 1. Adam's got the bomb planted, hopefully for him. He's picked up an MP9, found an upgrade. It's now all on Kara. He doesn't have a smoke. He does have a kit to play with, though.
Yeah, no, just bait out the peak, and a lovely headshot from Kara clutches it. But let's not forget what TLR started this round on. It was upgraded pistols, a bit of utility, and in doing that, they've got down to a 1v1. That's going to force 4 players to reinvest. And look, the money, they have enough for 1 buy.
Yeah.
They've leveled out the economy.
Yeah, again, it was the rotations. That 1 rotation of that bomb down, TLR knew that Coalesce are going to be so hyper-focused on this A site, especially with some beautiful shots from Vainzo, especially those opening 2 kills, and then even finding that third onto Whiffin. They get that free bomb plan and 4 kills. Score is equalised 4-4 though, and as mentioned, it's the rotations are the issue for Coalesce. If they can't fix that, then the alternative is they need to get these openings, so they're the ones dictating the rotations, not TLR.
Tony's getting proactive with that. He's sitting in the outside smoke here. Flicky's working his way around the back of red, but the issue is
there's no support.
There's absolutely no support. And Vainzo sniffed it out.
Fortunately, with no support though, the reason why is because they had a heavy setup towards the inside, a double ramp setup, so they should be in a good position to react off losing outside control by taking lobby. And Kara has got himself in a very forward position. He's not found anything yet, and again, because everyone else has fallen off, they've decided to look, let's draw our attention towards outside because we've lost Tony. No one's there to actually support Kara, meaning he's got to take his time slowly clearing these angles, and this is timid clear. He's not hard cleared Squeaky, Hut, Elbow. He's still got to worry about it. So the rest of the teammates, but Moz has somehow got down the vent behind them.
That's massive. He gets 1 kill onto Vainzo and then disengages. And Flicky. That's an interesting engagement to take. And Prime's now picked off another player. We've gone from an absolute advantage for TLR to a pretty huge disadvantage here. Adam JC solo 1 versus 4. Moz falls. Adam's got 3 to find here. Whiffin and Kara both making their way down the ramp. Prime, potential 1v1 here. JC wins it. Flashbang. It's going to allow him to take another peek. Coalesce are closing down on his location. The smoke denied vision. Bomb down. Tap on the bomb. He's got the lineup, but the counter spray from Kara brings it through. And that's a bit of a fumble from TLR.
Yeah, it is a bit of a fumble. All that was a Moz rotation.
Yeah.
That Moz rotation doesn't happen there. TLR potentially win the round because Coalesce was spending forever clearing that top site. Kara took so long to secure lobby. Yes, he had lobby, he had that information, but it took so long for him to actually secure it. 100% clear everything.
And also, TLR had 3 players down. They still had 2 players on the top. One of them was near the lobby entrance. If that player's actually holding the vent rotation, that's a different round.
Completely.
But they're smoked off. So at that point, they're useless.
Yeah.
And there was no play to reposition and actually be able to assist the teammates. But anyway, new round, and Whiffin is holding outside yet again with the AWP. Shoulder peek from Bainzo is nice. It has baited out the shot, allowed him to advance.
But the issue is TLR don't have any utility here. After losing that round, they've not got any money, but they've got the openings though. They don't need the utility if they're hitting the headshots. Fizzy and Big in a contact play on towards the ramp, or a little bit of a pop, should I say. They find the 2 frags. It's on to Whiffin now towards outside. Does isolate Adam JC, trying to lurk, get himself into a decent position. Hopefully the rest of his teammates should group up on towards the lower side. That's exactly what they're doing. All 4 of them now converging on this B bomb site, ready to get this planted. They have that man advantage, and Coalesce are just not in a position to set up for a retake.
I'd like to see a save.
Yeah, I want to see a save. With a disadvantage, you're in nowhere close to the bomb sites. You've got so much ground to have to retake, even to consider a retake of the bomb site. Save all day.
Yeah.
Especially with the amount of utility they have.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the fact that they've got 3 players as well, it means it's going to be really easy to drop next round. Prime and Moz, both with 1900 in the bank. They drop a rifle across to Tony, and Karan, all of a sudden you got another gun
3
round.
players saving, it's not a costly round, even though you lost.
And TLR not in a position to hunt as well, because they've been on the back foot for the last few rounds. They're going to be consolidating their own economy. The money's not great for them.
But again, this game is very much being decided by the openings on this side. If TLR get those openings, Coalesce are struggling again with those rotations. But again, the map control too. Because every time TLR get these openings, they're getting so much map control off them. You saw there, they get a double kill towards ramp. That's the entire B site they now have access to. Most of the time, they're getting these openings towards outside. They're getting entire secret, and then with secret, they're able to push and pull and play with these rotations. I think a big symptom of that's Tony, currently 3 and 10. He's one of the heavier hitters of this Coalesce team, their IGL. Playing towards outside, and instead we have Whiffin posting up, looking to find the repeat success of that 4K he had earlier.
Yeah, again, posting Garage here. Now, he's been smoked off, so he's pretty much nullified here, as is a lot of the utility from TLR, because the Molotov's completely blocking them in. That said, Vainzo's found a gap. He's managed to go 1 for 1, and TLR could decide to do a rotation. They do, and again, it's a decisive one. Kara now has a lot to contend with, and the Molotov is timed perfectly.
It's too deep, though. It's far too deep. That Molotov's landed behind the players. Fortunately, he has support behind him, the double up, and he is the one to finish off the 2 frags.
Moz headshot onto Biggin, which leaves Flicky 1 versus 4. Now, we said save in the last round is what we like to see from Coalesce. To be honest, I'd quite like to see a save out of Flicky here. This is the second last round of the half. There's plenty of money in the bank if he wants to save here. He can buy utility, or he could even drop a rifle next round. Moz now has managed to advance, which means Flicky is not in a position to save currently. He's working his way out onto the A site, and now he's heading back into door, but if he'd made that decisive decision to save, Moz wouldn't have been there and wouldn't have caught him, and now TLR won't have an ult next round. Or, well, they might if Adam JC decides to drop down to a slightly weaker weapon. But no, okay, Flicky's going for the AWP again. So Adam JC's going to compromise, Mach 10.
I'll be honest.
This could have been all AKs.
Yeah, it could have been. I don't hate it, though, if Flicky can get the opening. He's only 2 and 8.
Yeah.
So he's not having the greatest game, but if he is set up correctly with this AWP, utilise that investment you've made correctly, it can pay off. Whiffin, again, holding towards outside. He does find the frag. Vainzo peeking just a little bit too early. Gives that opening towards Whiffin. Again, this is what Coalesce have been resorted to. They've had to fall back on Whiffin holding outside, because again, Tony's not having that success. They have to do something to try and stop TLR getting these openings. Whiffin does indeed succeed.
Prime is holding for event push, but in the meantime, there's a 3-man pack making their way down secret. And they're going to be searching. There's only one player here to defend. That's Kara.
The timing of this is difficult. Kara's not going to be able to get in a strong position to be able to hold and actual execute. Fortunately, he does have someone close to rotate in, and TLR are taking their time hitting the site. If single is open, he'll be spotted. Fortunately, Adam doesn't spot it. He pivots around, lands the headshot. Beautiful shot, and Flicky with the AWP is unable to
my goodness!
A huge triple kill to get Coalesce the lead at the half, 7-5.
Absolutely monumental from Kara there. Like pretty much a solo B hold, 3 kills. Pip gets the first kill, immediately spins around, snap headshot. Dirty.
And I was about to say, it didn't look too promising because of how late that rotation was to come down from Coalesce. They're a little bit slow on these rotations, but because TLR took their time setting up, it gave Kara that time, and although again the position wasn't perfect, if that squeaky door, that single door was open and Adam checked properly, he would have spotted Kara. That could have had a trade come out. But I also don't like the setup that TLR ran with there. You had 1 Mach 10 coming out of single, you then had 1 rifle coming out of double, and the AWP is set up to trade the rifle coming out of double.
Yeah, it's an interesting
the
one.
pathing just doesn't make sense there on that nuke site.
I think, but the thing is as well, 7-5 half. I mean, it was 8-4 at the half in the previous game when these two teams faced.
Yeah.
But if I'm getting 5 rounds on my T side, I think I'm laughing. I think I'm happy with that.
TLR are going to be relatively happy with that. They might not be happy with the fashion that they lost a couple of the rounds.
Yeah, I agree.
But they're going to be happy with the fact that they, for the majority of that half, looked like the more dominant team in terms of they were the ones dictating the rotations.
Yeah, they were absolutely dictating the play. I think the reason why Coalesce have won those rounds has come down to individual things. You've got that 4K from Whiffen in Yard. You've got plenty of multi-frags from Kara holding down bomb sites. I think it's, there were a couple of fumbles perhaps in sort of the mid-round or the post plants that we saw. But like overall, I still think TLR are set really nicely, especially if they can win that pistol round in the second half.
And like we mentioned it before, 8-4 half last time, 2 Coalesce, and then sorry, we've just had a note. One of the players is on the toilet.
Look, it happens.
Happens. Emergency loo. You're gonna have a half-time break, but it gives us more time to break down that game.
Yeah, and I think you're exactly right in the comment. And we talk about if you weren't here, if you're just joining us, we had a chat with both Adam JC and a couple of Coalesce players before the game. Coalesce players were like, we didn't lose. We didn't lose that first game. They did, but we didn't lose that. It was the technical issue that we had. A couple of rows lost power mid-game, and so in their opinion, that's how they lost that. But different scoreline at the half.
Now, we didn't personally get to see that last game, but
That's
if that's how Coalesce were playing, there's blatant mistakes in there. There's huge errors in terms of the rotations, in terms of the lack of openings that they're able to find.
Yeah.
They weren't able to contest for outside control unless Whiffen was there with Yorp, primarily. They didn't have any outside setups either. They're like, with Tony, who's the IGL, he's your outside rifler. He should be able to dictate the way that outside is played, have backup. I don't think I saw once a two-man setup outside by the CTs. And the rotations, like we're saying, were incredibly slow, poorly timed, poor timing to react off the information. There's immediately, of just watching that, we've got feedback already, and if Coalesce didn't have that...
Yeah, it's a problem. We look at the pistol round here, and Coalesce have gone for 5 sets of Kevlar on their T side. And a single piece of utility, they're going for a brawl. TLR happy to meet them with a double Julie drop and a stack on the ramp as well. Flicky being boosted up. 1-for-1 trade here. Flicky activates for 1. But the frags do come out in Coalesce's favour. They have a 1-man advantage going down into this B site. Fast rotation is coming in. There's already a player down here and an immediate dink onto Biggin. Tony wipes him out. Adam JC also annihilated by Tony, who we said had a quiet half. He's reset. He's got 2 kills in the pistol round. And crucially, Coalesce landed on that springboard.
Yeah, and that is the 8-5. Now, that CT side, when you win that pistol round, it's normally detrimental to the Ts because unless they get that bomb plant. But this is the other way around. It's the CTs who lost it, and they're not going to be able to force. They don't have the funds.
And they're going for an eco this round, which means next round they're going to be limited on utility.
They're going to be very limited, yeah.
And it's understandable because of the shortened halves in CS2. Your choice is to go for a force and then potentially give up even more rounds. And
it's such a hard choice. It's so unforgiving.
Look at how much space that TLR have got. Coalesce have gone back into sport.
There's no lobby lurk. There's nobody clearing this.
This could be.
It's just Kara who's holding currently their 6, checking it every so often, but he's about to get a nightmare. And there you go. He's carrying the bomb.
No.
He falls, but fortunately there's 2 players to turn around, line up the firing squad. Vainzo does find an extra frag as Whiffen runs out of bullets. 2 versus 3. And Vainzo does eventually fall. They have just about managed to survive this. And yeah, only 2 frags. That could have been disastrous.
But yeah, and again, this is the thing that Coalesce, yes, look, they're up on 9 now. But that is a massive hole. That's a fundamental hole. You're going for a 5-man outside play. Fine. You're not having anyone watching lobby. You're not having someone back at the door. You're not having someone walking backwards. You don't need your last player to be looking outside. They can be walking backwards. They're both then and
well, in all fairness, he was walking backwards, but he was checking the lobby roof. He wasn't checking the
okay,
ground.
So it was a timing issue.
Yeah, he was only looking at the lobby roof.
Gun round, and we mentioned utility is going to be an issue. TLR have already burnt a lot of it. Biggin has nothing left, neither does Fizzy.
And this is going to cause even more difficulties because they've thrown the outside smokes. This is going to pull that rotation, and it has worked. TLR have rotated down 2 players down the vent, but they're not holding down this ramp control. Rule 101 of Nuke, if they're attacking that lower site, as a CT, you have to have either secret or ramp, and they've forfeited both, but they've doubled down on towards this site hold, and it's worked so far. Fizzy finds a double kill. It's a man advantage. Biggin just now needs to play his life now that they've got this man advantage. He gives up single door, falls back with the molly. There is a smoke down towards double. He might be able to contest this bomb plant. No, it has been planted.
Adam JC in control room. Using his utility to try and flush out some of these close angles. Biggin almost lands a shot onto Moz, but instead Moz comes out on top and equalises the numbers. Tony spots Adam JC, exchanging bullets, but no frags found. They're going for the rotation instead to double doors. Moz making the rotation round. These players are quite separated here, but it's 1v1's being taken, and Bainzo doesn't win his, which means man advantage now. And just like that, TLR are absolutely wiped out. Coalesce.
That was not a good retake.
No.
I mentioned it before, you've got those rotations. 2 players go down the vent. Now that's fine. They go for that site hold to get that man advantage. Again, normally I'd say you have to either be playing for secret or ramp control as the CTs stop a lower site hit. But then they just face 1v1 with their man advantage. Not a single one of those fights was taken as a pair from TLR. And you mentioned it before, weaker economy. They've fallen back into this one to go for a half-buy with SMGs, MP9s. On the other side of things, Coalesce are going to be going fast this round. Straight out the squeaky door. Find a double kill. 1 man advantage secured. Bomb now being planted on this A site. Re-smoke towards main. It's just going to lock the players out. TLR should probably be looking to save. Maybe go for some exits to see if they can find some upgraded weapons. Coalesce still have all the utility to lock them out too. Bainzo falls, tags through the smoke. And yeah, you can see Fizzy already looking to get towards T-spawn to try and lock these players in.
Flicky going for the kill there. I mean, I don't know what your game plan is here, and even Fizzy's looking to try and secure an exit.
Yeah, that...
Prime dating. You had 3 weapons that you could have saved into the next round with Kevlar.
But even then, if you're going for the exits, if Flicky stays alive towards main, he locks them in towards main. They can't escape towards main. By taking that fight early and dying, they now have a way to exit. They're not going to get funneled into your teammate who's waiting in T-spawn.
Coalesce.
Wait for them to come to you. Don't take those fights.
11-5, 2 rounds away from taking this one and getting revenge against the last resort.
Maybe it was just a tech issue.
Maybe.
Maybe that's what it was.
And the last resort going for a bit of an outside hold here. Now they have spotted the Coalesce players going down, but Biggin is still the one to get the first frag here. Prime quick with an equalizer onto Bainzo, caught in transitioning yard. Biggin with another kill, spamming the smoke. HG grenade just misses Tony, and now the swing could come in for Prime in main here.
I don't think he's been spotted.
He hasn't, and this could be absolutely disastrous if he can activate a lethal lurk.
Biggin's repositioned though. He's got himself tucked safe in towards the empty vent. This means he's not going to be totally back exposed.
This is quite split at the moment for Coalesce. Prime's going for a jump up into heaven, and Flicky completely unaware. Prime jumps up underneath the scope. That's a huge equalising frag.
That's a massive hole in your defence. Fortunately, the reaction is here from Fizzy, pushing in towards the lobby. Does find one. Biggin holds his own, tucked in towards the site. It's now just Tony, 1 versus 3.
See if the in-game leader can step up here. He's had a resurgence in the second half, but he can't do it. TLR managed to steady the ship and pick themselves up a much-needed 6th round. And I've got to say, I'm not massively impressed from the level of CS I'm seeing from either team here.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of rotation mistakes being made. And the fact that there was that massive hole on towards outside for Flicky. Don't know how it pays off, though, because, again, really poor trading from Coalesce. Like, those were 1v1 fights taken across the board once they had that man advantage.
Tactical timeout from Coalesce. Looking to close this one out as soon as possible. They don't want to open the door for TLR to make a comeback here. They're by no means through this yet. The T side much more difficult.
But what they've done is they've allowed TLR to establish at least somewhat of an economy. They don't have the AWP out on Flicky, but they do have rifles, they do have full utility, and utility is important on Nuke. You need it to hold down those rotation positions, lock down the possibility of vent dives, prevent A site executes. You have to have utility for that. You can't just sit on the site and rely on a setup to stop an A site execute.
Yeah, Coalesce again going for a bit of prodding outside. Molotov is going to keep them at bay for now. They're playing very limited lobby information at the moment. It's a very heavy outside setup. They just have... This time they have Moz holding down the lobby lurk at the very least. Now Fizzy's getting curious on the ramp. He's blown open the smoke, and he's going to walk through it into radio room. It's a big amount of map control and crucially information for the last resort. Bainzo playing just outside main. If he can pick up a kill and fall back. There's a man advantage secured. He's going to see this utility being deployed and whiffing. Caught in transition.
Big wide swing, but that's the bomb spotted.
Adam JC with a kill onto Moz, and now the rotation needs to come in. It's assertive and big and holding it down in lower, and a Molotov well timed from Adam JC is going to keep Coalesce at bay. Allows Fizzy to pick up a kill. Elsewhere on the map, Kara and Prime, 2 versus 3, down in these lower tunnels. Bomb recovered. Molotov to close down the angles and focus on this single stairs where Adam JC lies in wait, playing the headshot angle. Prime jiggle peeks it. Spots, gets information, but I like this from Adam. Falls back with the information. Yeah, beautiful.
He knows that Coalesce now have to waste time clearing out these angles. They can't rush off the space given off of a frag onto Adam JC, but it does not work. Adam staying alive, repositioned, and he bought so much time for this rotation, but it's not come in. Instead, they've been able to isolate him as he caught repositioning. Flicky and Fizzy now on the rotation down the vent. They should know that it's clear.
Yeah, and hopefully these two Coalesce players can establish themselves a crossfire here. It's going to be really difficult for TLR to unpick this one. It's possible. Fizzy going to be taking his position at the door, and Flicky with the spam is going to take down Prime, which leaves Kara alone, and Fizzy swings out, picks up that kill. Nicely done from the last resort. Cautious in the retake.
And again, that's about rotations. That's about an information play. Coalesce going towards outside. Yes, Smithin got that frag, but he was the player with the bomb. Because that bomb was spotted, TLR can be so much more have so much more conviction behind their rotations. You can see Adam immediately drops down the vent to try and support his teammate, drops the Molotov in time, buys time, as well as isolating the frag, buys time for that man advantage to come in, and not only that, he spots even further information and then just falls all the way back. He doesn't overstay his welcome, doesn't stick around for a duel, he repositions, allows his teammates to clear more angles, get them into a closer rotation. And that's what enables TLR to win that round. Sets them up for a beautiful 2v2 retake.
Coalesce going for another tactical timeout. They seem to mainly be using these in the second half. Perhaps they just remembered that they had them. But they did manage to stabilise in the first. So you can make an argument either way. They've still got one remaining in regulation. TLR, I don't believe, have used one yet. They have got the AWP out here as well. Adam JC is on that MP9, but Flicky has the big green. The only one on the server. Kara has been forced to drop down to a Galil in order to get some utility. So both teams making compromises here. And Flicky holding the angle on the ramp. Is he going to be given a free kill here? Bit of prodding outside. Flicky's going to smoke himself off and go for a rotation as well. He's going to find better use elsewhere. Adam has been caught completely lacking in main. And now Kara's picked up a kill as well. This is potentially disastrous for the last result. I'm not quite sure what was going on there.
A little bit of a slower round there from Coalesce. Catches TLR's aggression there for information. And that's not one but 2 frags found. 2-man advantage. This is going to be difficult for TLR to recover.
Yeah, really difficult. Especially with Flicky in such a tricky position here. Vainzo's picked up one.
Look at the map and look how spread apart the Coalesce players are. There's not a single player in trade potential positions. And you can already see Whiffin does fall. These players are isolated again. They are starting to group up now towards the ramp with 3 players. So now we've got a pack and a lurk established.
Yeah, see what Flicky can do here. He's looking the complete wrong way. Moz is going to have a free kill. Hello. Now the information's been passed across, but these remaining TLR players are outnumbered 2 for 1, and they might just decide to save.
Should be a save all day. You've not got the funds.
All the positioning. Bombs down on the B site. You've got no information at all. You're both on the top site.
The thing they've got to worry about is that lurk, which is why they're taking their time getting in towards T-spawn. They don't want to make noise, just in case there's an extra player up on towards the T-roof. They will just about manage to get away, but that's going to be Coalesce getting onto map point here.
Yeah, that's a massive result for Coalesce here, especially given the outcome of the first time these two teams played just 2 rounds ago. Coalesce with a much stronger scoreline. Can't necessarily comment on the CS given that we weren't able to catch that game.
Yeah.
But it's interesting given the comments from the players.
Yeah.
How this scoreline is going, because if Coalesce were playing the same game as they did earlier, as we highlighted at the end of the first half, there's a lot of glaring errors. TLR are unable to capitalise on them.
Yeah, TLR just haven't been able to capitalise on the glaring errors quite in the same way as the vice versa, whereas Coalesce have capitalised on TLR's mistakes. Yeah, it looks like got a little bit more aggression here from TLR on this CT setup. Adam JC taking point in towards the lobby, and he's got himself tucked deep in towards the trophy room. Is Whiffen going to expect this? I don't think he is. Shadow spotted. Biggin finds an opening frag. Make that 2 is Adam. Finds contact.
It's huge!
Doubles up. This is a massive triple kill. And even then, even if he falls there, Biggin was right there in hut, ready to clean up.
And that's the kind of teamwork that we'd be expecting from TLR. Absolutely massive, and it's a flawless round for them, which is huge. They're up against map point. If they have a round where they lose a majority of their players, they'll still have funds in the bank to be able to rebuy.
It's profit. They've not lost anything. It's a profitable round. Keeps it clean. I mean, they can't lose a round. They've got to do it clean from here on out.
Sorry, they win a round while losing.
Yeah, they win a round whilst losing too many players, But they've got to win another 4 in a row here.
And that's difficult.
They've got a good chance here because they're up against a Tech 9 and a Mac 10, much more of a compromised buy from Coalesce. I say that, the Mac 10's doing work. Flicky, the AWPer, isolated. Where was the support from Vainzo in that fight?
Yeah, I don't know. There was a flash. Whiffen was blind, but just holding left click on the Mac 10 was enough. And Flicky, really having a tough game here. Just 5 kills, and Vainzo's now pressured as well. He can't stop these players walking into main. Prime and Tony combine, coalesce, you could say, as they head in through main. And the last resort are just getting picked apart. It's a flawless round to finish things off.
Yeah.
Coalesce are going to take it 13-8. And so they do recover from their previous loss. And that means they're 1-1 against each other in this event.
Yeah, it does. That is true. But at the end of the day, this is King of the Hill. It's whoever stays at the top, which matters to get yourself good seeding in towards the playoffs. But I think to sum up that game, I think Coalesce made more mistakes. But we said it before. But it was a case of they were able to capitalise on TLR's mistakes much better.
Yeah, no,
TLR
absolutely.
couldn't capitalise on the poor rotations from Coalesce. Coalesce, every single time they found those openings, every time there was poor setups from TLR, Coalesce managed to find those openings and close out the rounds off the back of them. Yeah,
and I think both teams have a lot to take away from this map. It was very hectic, very scrappy in parts. It didn't look like the level of coordination that we'd expect from 2 top-line main teams at the moment. So there's certainly much to do. And if they want to continue playing and go deep into this tournament, they're going to have to, because we have a stacked playing field. Teams like the Neighbours, teams like
K10.
Rum Bumpers, they're going to be able to capitalise because they've got, I think, oodles of experience.
Those 3 teams have got oodles of advanced level experience, which is going to trump this main style of play which we're seeing from these 2 teams who are trying to compete and get themselves up into ESEA Advanced, prove their worth, and they've got to start doing it here at Epic Land by taking down, well, the likes of a mixed of advanced players in the likes of Rum Bumpers, for example.
Absolutely. Now, I want to tell you a bit about Overclockers UK. If you need some hardware for your computer, or maybe some peripheral action, head over to Overclockers, because they've got great prices, great quality, great selection. They've got plenty.
Yeah.
Head over, have a look, maybe buy something.
For all your gaming needs. All of them. Just go check them out.
We are going to take a short break while we get ourselves set up for the next match, which could be a banger. So, we'll see you after the break.
Hi guys, Mezzy here. I play Counter-Strike for Team Vitality, where I recently won Blast Fall and World Finals, and just like you guys, I really love Epic Land. I first started playing Epic Land at the beginning of my career, where it was a great experience for me. Loved playing at the Epic Lands, great atmosphere, great to meet new people, and also, just like you, starting out your career and you never know what can happen. Everyone needs to start somewhere. Epic Land's a great place for you to keep going and just take UKCS to the next level. Good luck this weekend. Look forward to seeing you all at Blast Spring Finals in London. Let's bring UKCS back to the top.
Hello, Overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's EPIC when you need him?